Hello, hello! If you can see me, if you can hear me, please do let me know. I believe we're live everywhere, but it's always good to double check. I know I started a little early, but that's okay. I think y'all will forgive me for doing so. Let's see. Ooh. There we go. Hello, hello! Welcome to the stream. Hope you're all doing well. Hope you're all having a very good day. And, being flashbanged here by stream alerts. All right. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hope you're all having a good day. I'm in the middle of performing open heart surgery. My favorite streamer started 3 minutes early. Well, rip to that person, whoever that may have been. Sorry, I was working on the high elf prediction / wish list video. But I was like, I'm not feeling in a super duper righty mood. So I wanted to go ahead and get the stream going. Hey man, thank you for the super chat. What's this I hear about you pulling Shamik Moore for Goldfag Maneater? I don't even know what that means. Is that a hold on. I have to Google this. I presume that is a reference to something, but I think y'all often underestimate how little I am aware of things outside my... I have no idea who this is. Hammond, you'll have to explain that one, because I have no idea what that's about. Oh. Hammond has very obscure references. That's fair. That's fair. Yeah, I hope you're all having a good day. Oh my god, stream. Yeah, I'm really trying to get back to streaming on a daily basis or close to a daily basis. You know, being where I can like start campaigns and finish them, or start certain video games and finish them, instead of just not. So we're on what, day 3 in a row? 3 days in a row, something like that. So, you know, we're keeping around. Okay. No, I have heard about that. Would I simp for Maneater? I would. I absolutely would. Come on, like he like can explore the world. He could like take you with him on all of his adventures. Now I'm not saying it would be a great experience. It would probably be a horrible experience. But you know, you only live once, right? I'd probably end up getting eaten very, very quickly. Can you have an Age of Sigmar Lumineth fact? Ooh, gosh. A fact about the Lumineth. Probably the most interesting fact about the Lumineth right now. Okay, so I want to preface this, but that I haven't read any of the lore for 4th edition yet. I'm still getting caught up on that. But one of the things that I find very interesting about the Lumineth that I hope to see explored at some point in 4th or 5th edition or whatever is that, so the Lumineth, a lot of what their race did for a significant period of time was that the Lumineth, so they live in Hysh, which is the realm of light, and Hysh, being the realm of light, is a place of high thought. It is a place where people are able to there are various materials that exist within the realm that allow you to manipulate your mind to take yourself to a higher state of being, a higher state of enlightenment, which often means trying to leave behind or disgorge negative emotions or distracting emotions. So one of the things that the Lumineth did in an attempt to further themselves, to, you know, push themselves forward as a species, as an empire within Hysh, is that they developed a method to use ether quartz, which ether quartz is the light of Hysh, the magic of Hysh, solidified into a material. So like, you know, like warpstone. So warpstone is dar or dark magic, like made physical. It's so dense that it ceases to be a purely etheric source and becomes like a physical thing. That's what ether quartz is. Ether quartz is the light of Hysh, or the magic of Hysh, crystallized into a physical form. And all the realms have what's known as a realm stone, and that's the realm stone of Hysh, is the ether quartz. And so what the Lumineth did is that to push their empire forward, a lot of elves, the elves as a species in Age of Sigmar, have trauma. They have racial trauma, because all of them, with the exception of like literally like 4 or 5 individuals, were devoured by Slaanesh. And because they were devoured by Slaanesh, when they were basically trapped in hell for an unknowable amount of time, like millions of years. And so in Age of Sigmar, there's this whole thing that builds up to the elven gods, who were the few individuals that did not get eaten by Slaanesh, end up trapping Slaanesh, and they use a bunch of really powerful sorcery to basically, and combine their efforts. So it's Malekith, who's now known as Malarian. So Malarian, Morathi, Tyrion, and Teclis all work together to capture Slaanesh, and then they devise this really intricate method of basically taking hooks, these giant hooks, and plunging them into Slaanesh's godlike equivalent of guts, hooking these elven souls and ripping them out of Slaanesh's body. And then they take their souls, and the souls are divided up between the 4 elven gods, and then they remake them into an image that they find pleasing. So Morathi created the Daughters of Cain. Malarian is creating the Umbraneth, or the Shadow Elves, who do not have a playable army yet, but are supposedly going to have one sometime. Tyrion and Teclis originally created the Idoneth Deepkin, but that was deemed a failure, and the Idoneth kind of like ran away and fled because Teclis started destroying them because he viewed them as a failed project. But they fled to the deep oceans, where they have managed to survive through other methods. And then the race that Tyrion and Teclis settled on that they were happy with was the Lumineth. But all of these elves have that trauma of Slaanesh buried deep down inside them. And elves kind of constantly have to kind of watch for that, because purifying that entirely isn't really possible. So for the Lumineth, whenever they were dealing with extreme negative emotions, the way that they chose to handle it was that they took this ether quartz and they would basically dump all of their not desired, excessive, negative emotions. They would dump them into these crystals and absorb the light of Hysh from the ether quartz into themselves, which made them these very enlightened, incredibly intelligent, incredibly skilled, gifted entities. But there's a downside, because all of that negative energy, so to speak, that was being dumped into these ether quartz crystals, it doesn't just not go anywhere. Like it's like dumping spent radioactive materials. It's still very dangerous. It still has a lot of potential energy, but it's now not beneficial to have anymore. So it's got to go somewhere. And what they ended up doing is they basically started dumping all of it into this pit. And they were just dumping more and more and more and more and more. And they did not realize until way too late that there was a price to this. That dumping all of these spent ether quartz crystals into this pit started to have ramifications, because all of this unspent, really, really nasty shit basically started kind of eating away at the fabric of the reality that was Hysh at the bottom of this pit. And there are other forces, most notably Malarian and the Umberneth, were able to functionally take advantage of this, and it caused a tear between the realms that opened a very, very unique gateway between the realm of light, Hysh, and the realm of shadow, Ulgu. And one of the things that's very interesting about the gods of the elves, Tyrion, Teclis, Malarian, and Morathi, is that by normal situations, they cannot go into each other's realm. So Tyrion and Teclis are not able to enter the realm of Ulgu, which is the realm of shadow. And Malarian and Morathi are not able to enter the realm of Ulgu, or Hysh, which is the realm of light. But through this pit, the hints that have kind of been laid around is that there is something so fundamentally wrong with this thing that it could allow the gods to go through. So Malarian would theoretically potentially be able to enter the realm of Hysh, and Tyrion and Teclis would theoretically be able to enter the realm of Ulgu. This is potentially a very, very big problem, because Malarian is still Malekith. Like, he's still an absolute fucking bastard. And one of the things that's been happening in the background that they've been building up to is that something is trying to come out of the pit. And Tyrion, the reason Tyrion hasn't been playable yet in Age of Sigmar is because Tyrion is over at this pit leading the defense. So he's been going down into this pit, fighting against whatever it is that's trying to come up out of it. And what the lore seems to be suggesting is that Malarian has unleashed shadow demons and these other entities of the Umberneth to come into this pit and to come up so he can build up to an invasion of Hysh. Now, it might not end up being Malarian. It might be that Malarian is maybe manipulating some other force to do it, but Malarian seems very heavily involved. And it seems to be building up to a conflict of there's finally going to be a war between the Shadow Elves and the Elves of Light. And that will probably be like the big new War of the Elves, and that will probably introduce the Shadow Elves or the Umberneth into the setting, with Malarian getting a model and Tyrion getting a model. A lot of people have been eagerly waiting for that. It's a storyline we've had since 2nd edition. So a lot of people have been really, really hoping it's going to keep happening, but it hasn't happened yet. But it's been building off in the background. Schroeder, Castrata, Alex Loeb, and Night of Ren, good to see you all. And hopefully that was interesting for you. Or Zillion Boy. Lord question, if you're a human using magic and follow Hatchet, could the petrification curse happen to you? No, that only happens because they're dwarfs. It has nothing to do with the lore of Hatchet. That purely has to do with the fact that it's dwarves using magic. Because the same thing happens to runesmiths if they try to use something that forces a lot of magic through their body. It can cause them to petrify. Sorry, 1 second. Thank you for the super chats, guy. Lucian Hjolster, what does Chaos think of Nagash? They hate him. They absolutely fucking hate him. They hate him so much. Nagash is, to put it very bluntly, a lot of people don't necessarily like this, but I'm gonna put it very, very bluntly. Nagash is the most realistic threat to Chaos as a whole. So, like, the absolute best, the most likely thing to just beat Chaos, to just kill it, strangle it, and wipe it out from the world is Nagash. And the Chaos Gods recognize that he is a very big threat. Now, the Chaos Gods are absolutely fucking insane entities, and they don't work with a sense of intelligence that, like we understand it. They work on very different understandings of the world because they don't understand the world. The Chaos Gods do not understand how reality works very well. They're very bad at it, generally speaking. Because for them, our world operates on laws that they just can't really wrap their heads around. If they even have heads, you know, to speak of, so to speak. So, like, they don't deal with Nagash as well as they probably should, but he is one of the biggest threats to them. And he's hell-bent on doing so. Macledraw, thank you for the super chat. Where's Krill and Age of Sigmar? Why isn't Nagash resurrected and where's Cetra? This is actually addressed in one of the storylines. It's addressed in the Sigvald story, where what basically happens to Sigvald between Fantasy and Age of Sigmar. So everybody dies, right? The old world blows up, everybody dies, whatever. When Nagash comes back in Age of Sigmar, Sigmar finds him basically buried beneath a mountain, kind of. He's buried, like, within a cairn under, like, a mountain. It's a whole thing. But Sigmar frees Nagash. And the two of them kind of, like, come to a mutual understanding, and they start working together, and Nagash joins Sigmar's pantheon, and they're allies for a really long time. But when Nagash comes back, one of the first things he does after he kind of gets, like, initially settled is he calls upon the Mortarchs from the old world that he's able to find. So Nagash basically starts looking around the realm of death, digging through all of the souls from the world that was, that are still around in any way, because all things that were undead are in a way still connected to Nagash. So eventually he finds Manfred, he finds Neferata, he finds Ushoran, and he finds Archon the Black. And he pulls all of them and he remakes them and brings them into Age of Sigmar. And the story, we get told that he can't find Krell. We get told that Nagash looks for Krell. He looks everywhere for Krell, and he can't find him. And he doesn't know why. I would hypothesize that because of Krell's unique situation, where he was in many ways still a soul dedicated to Khorne, even though he was also an entity dedicated to Nagash, that when he died after Sigvald killed him, something about his death by Sigvald and the destruction of the world resulted in Krell being quite wiped from existence. And I suspect Khorne is behind it, where Khorne seems to have finally claimed Krell and either, like, devoured him fully or ripped him, destroyed him to atoms, however you want to call it. But Krell was gone. Utterly gone. But this resulted in a twist, which is that while Nagash was looking for Krell, he found Sigvald, because Sigvald was dead. Sigvald gets killed by Throg right after he kills Krell. Right after Sigvald kills Krell. Sigvald's literally screaming at the sky, and Throg just one-shots him. So Nagash grabs Sigvald, because the thing about Slaanesh is that Slaanesh is a very ADHD, easily distracted god. He goes from one champion to the next very easily. They're all toys, and he gets very easily bored about his playthings or forgets about them, yada yada yada. So when Sigvald died, Slaanesh was so distracted with everything else that was going off at the end times, because this was in the last day of the end times, that Slaanesh completely ignored Sigvald and just abandoned him, because Slaanesh had other things to do, like devouring all the elves and elevating other champions and yada 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 yada. So Slaanesh abandoned Sigvald and just left him to die. So his soul was just left on the wind of death, essentially. So Nagash finds him, and Nagash was like, "You piece of shit! How dare you take Krell from me?" So Nagash grabs Sigvald's soul. He goes to Nagashazar, and he crafts a perfect mirror, like a handheld mirror, out of a material called shade glass. And shade glass is a very, very fucking scary material. That I'm not going to explain all it is, but it's like a really powerful form of death-infused glass that has the ability to manipulate and contain souls. And it has a whole history. But the important thing is that Nagash makes this mirror, and he traps Sigvald's soul inside of it. And Nagash curses the mirror so that Sigvald is eternally imprisoned within it, and the mirror has an enchantment, which is that anyone who looks upon the mirror will see themselves in the best, most beauteous, handsome, wonderful, godlike light possible. So basically what Nagash does is he curses Sigvald, who is sentient within the mirror. He curses Sigvald to never again look upon his own beauty, and to instead spend his entire existence showing everyone the Sigvald equivalent of themselves. So basically punishing his arrogance by saying, "I will curse you to look upon the hideous, the ugly, the lesser, and to show them the best version of themselves, to the extent that they will they'll pull a what's his face, where they'll look into this mirror and they'll just admire themselves in it until they die, because they'll be so obsessed with it." And Sigvald's mirror was cast into the world, where he was trapped like that for many Narcissus, thank you. And he was trapped like that for many thousands of years, until leading into 3rd edition. So during the events leading up to Broken Realms, somebody gets a hold of the mirror, and a whole thing happens, and that individual shatters the mirror. And when the mirror is shattered, Sigvald is set free. And Sigvald's soul breaks free and manages to take on a physical form. And Sigvald is released, and he's a little more mutated now because he's got the horns and stuff. And Slaanesh very suddenly becomes aware of Sigvald being back. And Slaanesh is like, "Oh, it's my boy! Yeah, it's my boy!" Because Slaanesh is trapped in a prison between realms. So, of course, Slaanesh is like, "Oh, it's my favorite! You should come save me! It's my favorite!" And Sigvald is released again upon the mortal realms. Where is Cetra? Nobody knows. He's just dead somewhere. Nobody knows where Cetra is. A Black Library author did create a Stormcast Eternal who's called Cetrus the... I don't remember if he's Cetrus the Imperishable or if he's like Cetrus the Eternal. He has like a title that's very like, oh, it's Cetra, but Games Workshop was like, no, that's not Cetra. Like it's an unrelated character who has some similarities, because the Black Library author was like, oh, I'll make this guy Cetra the Imperishable, and GW was like, no, you're not allowed to do that. So there's that. But Cetra is just somewhere, who knows. Braun, thank you for the super chat. Hey, Sotek, love your content. Would you do a video / stream for adding lore-based achievements to Total War Warhammer 3? Like, as Skulltaker, defeat Karl Franz, a campaign to avenge his lost Sigmar, or something like that. That would be super fun. That's something I can try to talk to Creative Assembly about. It's, I have talked with them about achievements before, and one of the things that's a little difficult with achievements, is that in order to add achievements, they can't just do it. Like, you can't just add achievements willy-nilly. There's a process you have to go through that involves Steam, and there's, like, certain qualifications that have to be met in order to, like, add the achievements. So there's a thing involved about it that makes it kind of annoying. So Creative Assembly doesn't like to do it that often.
Hey Sotek.
But I'll talk to them about it.
Something I was thinking about on my drive home last night. What if the primary emotion for the Horned Rat is envy / bitterness / jealousy? And the reason it was spawned was because the people of Telos became envious of the gods, and in their envy the Horned
Envy the Horned Rat turned them all into Skaven and his children for all time, sort of a biblical fable situation. Awohi 3, thank you for the 38 months. I would...
Happy holidays, Mr. Loremaster. Hope all is well.
I think that is an okay way to look at it. I would like that as a way some people in universe try to explain it, but I don't think... I don't personally... I don't think that matches. I feel like that doesn't necessarily match the coding of how the Horned Rat tends to work. Like, I think you could force it to work if you wanted to, by trying to take the concept of the Skaven being like, oh, we're the great inheritors, we're the ones that, they're this species that doesn't make much. Instead, they're more about, like, taking things others have made and then kind of, like, twisting them and making them worse and things like that. They're the great inheritors. And you could kind of take that, like, envy, jealousy angle of, like, oh, they want to, like, possess everything everyone else has and yada yada. And I think it's a bit of a stretch. But I think if you wanted to, like, you're like, I'm hell-bent on making this work, you could make it work. I don't think that necessarily fits how the Skaven ultimately function. Because I think they tend to be far more about, ruination, I think is, the Skaven are far less of a, I want to have what you have because I like what you have, and it's more of that I want to have everything, because it's almost more of a gluttonous attitude than an envious attitude. I don't know if that makes sense. Hopefully that makes sense. Rovenier, thank you for the 16 months with the Prime sub, dude. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, things are going good. I'm doing well. I've been exercising every day, taking Sadie out every day. I've been streaming every day. I've been working on scripts every day, so I've been doing good the last few days. We'll see how long I can keep it up. Also, I should like these when I read them. That way I know I've done it. Magladroff, you mentioned that Nagash and the Emperor of Mankind are very similar. What would you say are their major differences aside from Nagash being able to walk? I like how you pivoted that into like a disabled joke. I would say the biggest difference that immediately jumps out at me between Nagash and the Emperor is that Nagash very intentionally and very obviously wants to become a god. That is his goal. Nagash's end goal is to become God, like Big G God, the only God. That's his end goal. Whereas the Emperor, at least as far as the Emperor has told everybody, and as his actions seem to indicate, the Emperor very much was not cool with that. You know, the Emperor went very out of his way, and in my opinion, did some really stupid shit trying to tamp down on the idea that he was a god. You know, where he did the whole thing of, I don't remember what planet it was, but it was the, whatever son of his that was like, oh, he's a god, and then he showed up and, like, killed a shitload of his people and, like, blew a bunch of it, like, burned a bunch of his planet down and humiliated him, just to, like, yeah, Lorgar, thank you, just to be like, fuck you, I'm not a god, which was, like, the most petulant, moronic way to handle that, but the Emperor is, like, the shittiest father ever, and is surprisingly stupid. So I would say that is the biggest difference between them. Nagash wants that and is angling towards that, whereas the Emperor doesn't, even though he's really stupid about it. The Emperor seems to have some, like, deep personal trauma in regards to gods. Alright. We've got a shitload of Empire people here who, the armies of Reichland, who are trying to dislodge me, their beloved eternal Emperor, even though I'm here to save them from Festus the Leech Lord. So, if they won't serve me in life, well, then they shall slave for me in death. So, let's go on a recruitment drive. Here we go. Oh, this is going to be a massacre. They're all coming on right here. Like, it's like, I think it's like 16 fucking Marienburg land ships, but I'm going to eat those land ships for breakfast. Like, this is going to be a massacre. Alright, everyone who is not fast. Everyone who's not fast can stand over here as we prepare to welcome our friends. Let's see, it's the middle one, I think. Oh no, sorry, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Marienburg land ships. My bad. A lot of Demigryph Knights, though. Alright, so we've got our big old greeting party here. We've got the humans that have figured out that working for us is much better than working against us. And then we're going to send out our fast stuff to absolutely murder the living hell out of all of these silly little humans over here. I like the humans that are like, yeah, Heldenhammer! I really hope, when, not if, because I am manifesting into reality, but I hope when we get the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC, that'll be exactly like the Champions of Chaos DLC. Well, not exactly, but very similar to the Champions of Chaos DLC, except for it's about the 4 Bloodlines instead of the 4 Chaos Gods. I hope when we get that DLC, they're able to give us, like, actual Sylvanian human units that have unique voice lines, instead of being like, we're Sigmarites! Okay, Death Wizard, you're gonna track down and kill the Huntsman. Everyone else will kill the cavalry. There he is. He killed one of my Vargulfs, or Vargeis, the bastard. Okay, let's be smart about this. Let's surround here instead of just running into them like an idiot. You want to come in from like multiple angles. Oh, wait, stop chasing them. Now chase them. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Alright, get your butts over here. Oh, he's dead. Ah, nicely done. No survivors! Bloodline DLC that lets you upgrade skeletons to Graveguard? That is not how that works. So no, I disagree. That is not how that works. You do not take skeletons and just like, oh, let's put them through a training program to make them into Graveguard. That is new. If you are resurrected as a skeleton, congratulations, you're a skeleton for the rest of eternity. There is not a business ladder to climb. Okay, we're gonna build up lots and lots of winds of magic. Did you get them all? Okay, I think the knights can handle what's left of that. How long we got? Not too much longer. Got 11 seconds. Yeah, here they come. On my signal! Charge! Hello. You go help over there. Get in there! Charge! Charge! Scath, activate!
We are the new order. We are immortal.
Vargulfs, you're up. You're not Vargulfs, Vargeis.
Conditions acceptable for the Warhammer. Blood von Karstein. End them. Attack!
It is done.
Oops.
This world is mine. Shoot!
Queen of Darkness.
This looks like a perfect opportunity for a Wind of Death.
Keep your heads down, men.
Bring death.
Oh! You'll love to see it.
Very well.
Kill that.
General. Bow before
More Wind of Death! More Wind of Death! Let's do a big one. Just like that.
end them.
Oh, that went a little off. Okay, luckily that did not blow up in my face too badly.
Vampire.
Kill them all!
Living.
No mercy for traitors.
Isabella von Karstein. I will. So be it.
Oof.
Fight Van Hell.
Alright, all the land ships are dead.
Fight Van Hell.
Gather my soldiers!
Not
Mortis engine.
Mortis engine, get over there and start healing.
Undead knights! We must have blood!
At speed!
What do you want?
Isabella von Carstein!
Daddy needs all the magic he can afford right now.
Agreed!
Heal, heal, heal!
Mortis engine. Their time has come.
Resummon my legions!
Isabella von Carstein! I thirst!
Vlad von Carstein!
Don't let the zombies bite!
Mortis engine. Still my beating heart.
Just a little further away, I think.
Of the dead. Master of the undead.
Excellent!
That was a pretty good massacre, I think. Hey, dog, how you doing? Good to see you. What units are the vampires missing? Oh, bro. Oh, bro. So, what vampire units could we add? A lot, to be frank. But here are the big ones, right? The big ones that we need. Oh god, it's such a long list. So, I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Oh god, that was a massacre. Good shit.
Mornington Crescent cheered. X100. Think we could get Genevieve as a character?
Ooh. Is it possible? Sure. Anything's possible. There are a lot of like really cool vampire heroes that exist, and Genevieve and Ulrika have so much overlap that it's kind of crazy. It would not be anywhere remotely high on my to-do list. I would put it that way. Like, could it be done? Sure. Should it be done? I'm not sure about that one. I think it's actually going to be better to fall back a smidge and heal. We can finish him off next turn. I'm not that worried about it. Yeah, I feel like I personally would say no, just because her and Ulrika are just like, they're so similar, man. Like those characters are practically identical to an extent. So anyway, I wanted to answer the what could you add to the vampire counts question, because I think it's actually a good question worth answering. So here are the things. Now, you'll note that a lot of these things would be very easy to implement and would not necessarily require a DLC. So I'm going to start with the things that would be very easy to implement, and then I'm going to talk about the things that would be more difficult to implement. I do have, here, I'm actually going to do this first. I do have a playlist on my channel where I go through, granted, I need to update it because there's some stuff that I need to go back through it, because there are some parts that I wish I had done better. So I want to go back through and edit it, or I want to go back and like talk about some of the stuff, but I want to kind of like recontextualize it. But here, I'm gonna grab the share. I'm gonna grab the share link for the playlist. I think this is this, will this take you to the playlist?
Hello, everyone.
God damn it, I hate listening to my own voice.
Hello, everyone.
Yes, this will take you to the playlist. Okay, so I'm gonna drop that link in both chats. So if you're like, how could the vampire counts have a lot of units? All of those videos are time stamped, so they're all time stamped. So if you just want to skip to the units, you don't have to watch the whole thing. You can just skip to the units. But those videos, the thing that I didn't do that I wish I had done and now I need to do is I need to talk about the units that would be easier to add. So one of the really cool things that Games Workshop did back in 6th edition, I believe it was they added a section at the end of the Vampire Counts army book where they said, oh, hey, if you want to run a Vampire Count army of all the different bloodlines, here are the units that separate the bloodlines from each other. So here are the units that I would really like to see added. So for the von Karsteins, the big one is that, so we have our Sylvanian levies, right? So we have the Sylvanian crossbowmen and Sylvanian handgunners. I would like to see those upgraded to have a slightly unique appearance and unique voice lines. The tabletop version also gave them access to free company, huntsmen, and archers. I don't think we need the archers. I think the handgunners cover that just fine. But like more living units could be kind of neat. That could be something they want to do. They don't have to do it, but they could do it. I think that could be entertaining. So giving us, maybe giving us living free company or just living huntsmen in addition to what we already have. But that's in addition to the DLC units that I talk about in those videos that I just submitted. For the Necrarchs, the really cool thing for the Necrarchs that we need, that could be very easily done in game in addition to the video, would be not feral, but unridden zombie dragons. So in the 6th edition Necrarch army list, you were allowed to take zombie dragons as a rare unit, not a character. So Necrarch should have generic zombie dragons. And then we need other stuff, but that's part of the DLC video. So like the Winged Nightmare as a mount for vampire heroes, vampire lords, and necromancer lords would all be really, really good. The Master Necromancer is a whole other discussion. I have a video talking about the Master Necromancer and how we can make them good. And I'll probably talk more about that, but I'm not going to do it right now. For the Lamians, the really, really cool thing for the Lamians is Swains. So, that's literally what I'm saying. Listen to me, children. Listen to me. I'm saying a very easy unit that could be added for the Necrarchs without DLC. So it doesn't require DLC. You just add it, would be generic zombie dragons. That's what I said. I'm not talking about DLC units. I'm talking about free LC units that I want in addition to a DLC. Okay? So listen, use your ears. So for the Lamians, I really want Swains. Now what Swains are heroes from other factions that the Lamians have given the blood kiss to. So they're humans that have kind of been, not humans necessarily, but they've kind of been corrupted a bit. And it's any living person. So like Empire Captain, Cathayan heroes, Empire heroes, Bretonnian heroes. I would probably make it humans to keep it a little more thematic. So I would say like Bretonnian, Empire, Cathayan, or Norscan heroes should all be allowed to be recruited through like a Swain mechanic. So kind of like how Cathay gets access to heroes through their caravan system, but make them actually good. So give them like skill trees and stuff. And you can even make it like how Drycha's wood elves have like the little thing about how they've been enthralled her glamored, so her wood elves have like slightly different unique interactions. I would do a similar thing for the Lamians. And Kislev, yes, Kislev as well. Now, the Blood Dragons have some cool stuff. Blood Dragons, once again, purely talking free LC stuff that makes them a little more unique. Blood Dragons had access to skeleton bowmen. So, Blood Dragons have regular skeleton warriors, but they have bows. Very cool. And the Strigoi probably have my favorite 2 free LC type units, which are the Strigony, which Strigony should be humans that ride on horses. So they should be human fast cavalry that have... I would make them like there's a version of them that is melee centric and a version of them that has bows. Cool, great, awesome. And then the other unit are the Charnel Guard. So the Charnel Guard are ghouls that are wearing pieces of armor, and they are notably more skilled than other ghouls. So they're a higher tier infantry unit of ghouls with better armor, better equipment, and better stats. So those are the free things that I would want for the various vampire bloodline factions. And if you're like, well, what about the DLC stuff? Why do you need a whole fucking Champions of Chaos style DLC? Go watch that playlist, and I have a breakdown of every single bloodline and the things that would thematically make sense for them. And I talk about those units, I talk about their lore, I talk about like how they would function, what they would look like, where it comes from. And I feel really, really good about those videos, even though they were a while ago now. So if you're curious about that, feel free to please go check those out.
My sire.
But like, vampires should be as dense of a faction as like Warriors of Chaos. They should be just as dense. And currently, they are nowhere near that.
Now, pact will be placed.
All right. So we've taken over Solent. And we're slowly trying to forcefully take over Elspeth.
Yes.
We're not quite there yet. We need a few more turns to marinate. We got wood elves coming for us in the mountains. That's not a big deal. We can deal with that when we get to it. Let's actually not build that in Karagazgraz, because he's going to show up and mess that up anyway. We're going to build buildings that we think Steingart would heavily value, because my goal is to take them over. And Werner von Korstein is nearly ready for war. Nice. We have successfully vassalized Hawkland. So you know what? Instead of building that building right now, well, I do want that building to finish. Is there another building I don't really care as much about the moment? Yeah, there we go. We can hold off on the spirit well. Hergig. Hergig requires an outpost. I must make certain that Hergig survives. And then Kemperbad, I intend to give some territory soon. I think I might end up giving Flensburg to them.
Dark days indeed, when vampires come to pay
But
social calls.
it's not good enough for him to be vassalized yet, so we're still working on it.
King of Darkness.
All right. Good. We are building up our might. David Whitfield, all I want is a Nagash damned mount for Vlad. I don't think you're ever gonna see that. He never had a mount. he never had a mount. I don't know what you want from me. What about von Karstein? As far as I wouldn't have any DLC for Von Karstein. I mean, they would benefit from it. The only thing I would add to Von Karstein is in the video that I talk about, I very much feel... I mean, they would get access to some new legendary heroes. Either Conrad von Karstein and or Dieter Helschnitt, who I think both would make excellent legendary heroes. Oh, Kara Zakarak is dead. Interesting.
Champion of the dark.
Now that is interesting. Yeah, let's start getting you up the spell tree because I would like you to get Arcane Conduit.
World drought. I am invincible.
Just gonna continue just beating Grunberg into the ground.
The way.
You don't have the units I want.
The von Karstein. I am unstoppable.
Oh, yeah, we also vassalized Azhag. I keep forgetting about that. Let's get Curse of Years, which is actually a decent spell now because it has the silence passive on it, or the silence ability attribute, whatever you want to call it. Why does Vlad want to be Emperor? Because Vlad's been alive for a really fucking long time, and he is keenly aware and believes very strongly that he would do a much better job of ruling humanity than humanity does of ruling itself. And to be fair, he has a reasonable argument. I'm not saying he's right. In fact, you might go so far as to say I disagree with him. But I can definitely see where he's coming from. Would be the way I would put it. Because boy howdy, when you see how humanity is doing sometimes, it's like, you know, I'm not so sure that I don't know, maybe he's onto something. Maybe we are bad at this. If this DLC happens, Vampire Counts will have 9 legendary lords. It should. It'll have 9. Vlad, Isabella, yeah, it will. To be fair, though, Isabella and Vlad really should count as 1, not 2, which would put them at 8. But I still think that's fair. I need more heroes to assassinate. Bro, Cetra took Sartosa. Man, that actually happened in the lore once. Though Cetra didn't capture Sartosa, he just burned it down. He made an example of it. All right, where are our problems? Most of our problems are to the west. We do not have any problems right now to the north, and we do not have any problems to the south. So, I think in light of that, let's have Werner go ahead and move towards Steingart. Already moved this turn.
Yes, plunder the grim
Yotam 9 cheered. X100. What I want from a VCFLC update is for Vampire Lords and Heroes to get 50-60 base speed on foot.
Yeah, that would be a big thing for me as well. Vampires should be very fast on foot. It was a really weird thing back in Warhammer 1. I mean, Warhammer 1 made a lot of very poor decisions. I think we can all agree on. They ended up they went way too heavy on trying to be conservative. And being like, oh, well, we don't want to be, like, too crazy, when they should have been going kind of crazy. Because of that, they made pretty much all infantry characters run the exact same speed. And use the exact same animations. Because, once again, it was very conservative. Vampires are supposed to be fucking fast. Like, they're supposed to haul ass on foot. An 8% ward save versus... yeah, I think I'd rather take the ward save. And then let's pick a point. Withering. We're gonna have to deal with these ogres at some point, and that's not going to be a pleasant experience.
I am busy. What do you want?
I want to give you Fildorf in exchange for your loyalty. Not even close. Okay. I may just kill Elspeth. I don't know if we're gonna be able to turn her. I'm gonna be honest, guys. Like we'll try, but I'm not I'm not sure about that one. I could like punt her into the ground, I suppose, and then just keep being like, do you give up yet? Do you give up yet? Do you give up yet? All right. So that's all looking fine. Y'all are gonna keep stealing tech.
Raise it to the ground.
Nicely done. Gorda's backstabber. Get on my lands. Fucking Chaos Dwarfs. Oh, I'm out of money.
Another wretched, foul-lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursed Sotek spawn.
Hello there. How are you and the doggo doing, Sotek? Early Happy New Year. Hope you had a good holiday.
Yo, Tom,
Could
thanks for
get
the bits, by
some
the way.
lore about the Warhammer New Year holiday, please?
Spartan, thank you so much for the 46 months. I really appreciate it. Yeah, the Warhammer New Year sucks.
We have much to discuss, and thou art most welcome.
The Warhammer New Year tends to revolve around Hexensnacht. Or I forget what German is for day. But it is one of the most magically significant days of the year. So it is not it's not a good time. A lot of it Tog, that's right. So Hexenstag and Hexensnacht, and I apologize to anyone that's like, oh god, the pronunciation. But yeah, it's a pretty bad time for just about everybody involved. Because it tends to be one of those times where the veil between reality is weak. It's thinner than it should be. And because it's a little too thin, it results in things being able to cross over. Whether that's demons, actually, if I attack this nerd, oh yeah, Altdorf is mine! If it is, it's just a bad time. Notably, that's where hex rates are most noted to come from. Is that on Hexensnacht, for some reason, that is when hex rates naturally tend to pop into existence. They come basically screaming into reality, or more like cackling into reality, riding on their ethereal steeds, burning with flames. They kind of like ride out of the underworld, whatever that's supposed to mean, being that it's one of the many different places within the ether. But they come out and they hunt down traitors. They hunt down people who, by whatever system the hex race or whatever entity the hex race obey follows, they track down bad people and they reap them. So they come cackling into like towns, villages, cities, and attacking all sorts of different folks, and they're like super spooky and nightmarish. But supposedly they are enforcers of something else. And then the and then a bunch of, most notably the Necrarchs, discovered a way to bind them. figuring out that they were indeed spirits, and because they are spirits, they can be bound. And so they created some really, really powerful ritual magic that allowed the vampires and various necromancers and yada yada to capture and bind these entities so that they were locked to the will of the
I'm in your thrall.
whoever was in charge.
Frenzy. Crush the breathers.
I thought there was something with him.
We are the new order.
And you know what? Blood Knights, you can just go over here. Barrack Retrievers, you're dismissed. We shall await reinforcements while my direwolves devour these people alive.
Your desire. The curse of Undead. What? As inevitable as death.
Alright, there we go.
Blood von Karstein.
More magic! More magic! I started to see some unholy amount of vampire characters named Abarash. You think they're hinting at something? Yeah, that he'll never be a playable character because I'd much rather have other characters. I am not on Team Abarash. I'm just not. And a lot of people get really salty when I say that, but you know, I prefer other characters that have just way more significant to the actual setting and actually do things and are not busy being boring weirdo monks on a mountain somewhere. So Abarash is cool, I acknowledge that, but like, I don't know, give me characters that I actually care about. Who actually do things.
Magic. Find me if you dare. We are immortal.
What would Nagash be left to do if we got a vampire DLC? Nagash would still need an Undead Legions focus. Which the Undead Legions is something different. Nagash would bring with him, like, different kinds of units. In addition to some other, like, he would have some notable goodies from the end times. Notably the, oh my god, my brain. What are they called? The Morghast. He would have a focus on the Morghast. He would have several characters that would be able to come with him, in the shape of he could do the Nameless. He could do, he could do anything from, like, the older books, of which there is a surprising amount. There's, like, so much undead stuff, it isn't even funny. And, like, any of the creatures that I talked about in that video that I made, he could literally be associated with any of those. So if there were any units that Creative Assembly was like, oh yeah, we'd love to do this, but like not right now, like let's say Creative Assembly was looking at it, they're like, oh, you know what, we don't want to do spirit hosts right now, we're gonna wait for Nagash to do spirit hosts, that would be fine. Or if they were like, oh, you know what, we don't want to do we don't want to do, say, Wickerman right now. Well, okay, you can wait for Nagash for that. Like, Nagash is kind of Nagash should be the final Undead DLC. Like, alright, we're done with the Undead. Bring him out. Like, bring out Big Daddy. He's here. It's time. This is the end of all things. Bring him out. Wheel him out. I think would be the appropriate way to handle the character. Because, like, once you bring out Nagash, like, you're at the end.
Before your master.
There is not left to do. Pull back. Halberds, get in here. Blood Knights, get in here. Yeah, I don't really care about the direwolves. Just get knocked over? No. A little faster, lads. Yeah, like I don't think they should do Nagash yet. Is my personal opinion. I am very much on the let's wait to do Nagash until he's like ready, in the sense that he's literally the very last thing for the undead. Like I don't think it's worth rushing him out. Because a lot of people want Nagash to be that ultimate experience of like, I have all of the undead toys and I am the true master of undeath. And if you're gonna do that, you need there are a couple of major things that still need doing. We're not quite there yet. We're almost there, but we're not there yet.
Mornington Crescent Cheer, X100. If Nagash is the capstone character for the undead, who are the other capstone characters? Thankful for Skaven?
Thankful for Skaven, I would say, is a capstone character.
It is time.
I'd probably say what, like Thankful, for Skaven. I don't. It's tricky because that's not really how CA has like angled themselves. Where a lot of the times when they've released a race, it starts with the capstone character. What about Neferata? Neferata would come in my... If I was in charge, Neferata would come in the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC. So the Vampiric Bloodlines DLC would be a DLC that comes with 4 legendary lords of the vampire counts. And it would be Neferata, who leads the Lamian faction, Zacharias the Everliving, who leads the Necrarch faction, Wallach Harkin, who leads the Blood Dragon faction, and Vorag Bloodytooth, who leads the Strigoi faction. And then it would come with 2 legendary heroes, that being Conrad von Karstein, who's available to all of them, and Dieter Hellschnitt, who's available to all of them. That would be my thing. And, you know, maybe, like, you could have it where, like, Vlad and Isabella start with Conrad, because, you know, they're literally mom and dad. But you could also argue that, no, you know, we don't need that, that's ridiculous. You could just make him earned like every other legendary hero, because Vlad and Isabella are already fucking insane. They don't need another starting legendary hero, and I would be like, that's fair. Let's upgrade Van Hels's Dance Macabre. Give me Fate of Biuna. Evasion. Altdorf is ours! And it's got a plague. Oh, it's beautiful. I'm finally home. Oh, glorious day. I think I would like more... Well, I've got like 9 more experience points. It'd be nice to get Lore of Vampires in addition to those spells, but I think I'd rather be a beat stick. Yeah, I think let's focus on being a beat stick instead. So we'll let Isabella be the wizard. I won't really benefit from the Lore Master, but whatever, it's fine, it's not a big deal. I've got enough magic and spells between my other vampire heroes. Vlad can take it easy on the magic. I didn't fall off the wall this time? Yeah. it helps when there's not a Grand Theogenes just, like, skulking around waiting for you to football tackle you off the wall. You absolute jerk.
Good, this will do. This suits my cause. Agreed.
Here, can I just get across the river, please?
Leave it unto me.
There we go.
Good, this will do.
Alright, cool beans.
Vlad von Karstein.
We're almost... God, I hate how big the Empire is. It's annoying.
Yes, misery awaits.
Yeah, y'all just dance around a bit.
Yes, misery awaits.
How do undead get a plague? To be fair, Nurgle plagues are not normal. They're magical plagues. So theoretically, they could infect the undead. It would be not easy, but it's theoretically doable. You know, the disease can take root in their the body itself and eat away at its various components to make it fall apart or weaken the magic that holds it together. I'm gonna need to deal with these wood elves. Would taking a small port city like Marienburg help with finances? Ah, yes. Good, small, humble Marienburg, of course. 15% missile resist during sieges is actually quite good. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I'm fine with that.
King of Darkness.
Alright, Karl Franz is right there. I'll just keep grabbing direwolves until I can actually get the things that I want. So close to the occupied Imperial Palace. Oh, I can get the Altdorf Conclave of Forbidden Magic. Yeah, grab me that. We'll get a gibbet for more money, and then we can save our last slot for the palace. Oh wait, no, that's our tier 5 slot. I guess we can get like a... We could do the Reliquary. Yeah, we'll do the Reliquary, because that gives recruit rank to all units.
The von Karstein.
Boris Todbringer.
I hunt.
No. No, I will not talk with you. Leave.
I feel like if I were to attack her
Amethyst mage.
and defeat her, it would knock down her strength rank enough that she would be like, oh god, I have to barter with these terrible vampires. But at the same time, I'm not super sure that Werner can defeat this much just shit by himself. So I think we're going to try and studiously hope that they ignore him for now, and I'm going to send him up to clean out the mountains instead. I think that'll be fine. Oh, Boris, you got a nasty little army there, dude. Where's my Banshee? You can drop campaign movement, right? Yes, you can. Oh, you have a 0% chance of success. Great. Oh no, you're debuffed right now. Okay, I want you to go babysit Boris for me. So actually, he should probably come deal with Boris. Let's kill the Empire. Truly. Let's kill Reichland, and then I can turn my attention elsewhere. All things in good time. All things in good time. Hey, Talbeckland.
Approach us, friend.
How about I give you Flensburg, and you become my vassal? Yes!
Fine.
Another servant of the Eternal Emperor. Delightful. Alright, I'll end up giving him... I'll give him Averland so he has a full province to himself in a bit. But, baby steps.
Sigmar's will.
Baby steps. Good. My role as Emperor is coming along nicely. Oh, I can actually start getting some really powerful greenskins. Holy shit. What kind of vampire lord should we call upon to lead greenskin allies? Do we call a Strigoi? Do we call a Necrarch? Or do we a Von Karstein? A Lamian, absolutely not. A Lamian, absolutely fucking not. They would...
Yes.
That would be like how we're gonna punish the Lamian that's been, like, mouthing off too much. Fine, you get to go lead the greenskin army. And she's like, oh god, no, please!
Destroy
Anything but that.
now. Yes.
Get that hobgoblin out of here.
Kill.
Excellent. This gives extra line of sight, which, like, eh. Oh, I want Necrarch. So that's 6. Okay. Okay, a lot of people are saying Strigoi. Strigoi, okay. Alright. Summon! The Strigoi. I don't have enough money. Next turn! Summon the Strigoi!
By all means. Die!
Nice! Sniped one of Cetra's little dudes. I'm sure he'll be pleased as a peach about that. Alright, I don't need needlings, so I'm just gonna hand it over to
Sigma's god, Ulrich, can judge it
it's
well
like I don't need a singular province, that's not worth it. You can't afford it! Well fine then, I'll hang on to it until you can't afford it. Alright, think we're good? Vlad can move. I think let's send an ambush and see if we can catch Karl Franz.
In my own time, I shall enslave the world.
Oh, there it is. Woo. Plus 25 wins of magic for everybody. Woohoo!
The world will drown in blood.
See if we can catch out old Franzi here. Does Vlad follow the anti-Strigoi racism? Vlad absolutely fucked up a bunch of Strigoi a super long time ago when they came to him for help to basically chase them out. But it was before they fell into what they are now. Obviously, as the Eternal Emperor, I must be forgiving of my subjects, even those that maybe have struggled in the past. So long as they serve. Do I think they should do an end times expansion where Arcanine gets Grand Legion of the Everchosen? No, I do not. I don't think that would make sense as an expansion. Like you could kinda sorta make a mechanic that revolves around that. If you really wanted to. Nice, good job block. Good block. Good block. Good block. Good job, D. Hey, Color Penguin, thanks so much for the 22 months. I really appreciate it. Werner, deal with him.
Agreed for now.
Toddbringer has overstayed his welcome. What is Azhag up to? Azhag, I should probably give you a... Oh, yeah, you should take the mountains. That would make me very happy. Actually.
Ready for boxing. Crumble.
Look at the green skins. They're thinking ahead of me. Alright, so in Essen, because I'm going to unleash this force against Drycha, I think. Summon forth... Oh, I only have one option. +5 movement? Sure. Yeah, whatever, that's fine. He run fast. He quick, man. Oh, look at these. We got Black Orcs, Nasty Skulkers, Chariots, Cavalry, Rogue Idols. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Azhag's got toys. Azhag has toys. All right, so we got to get the Arachnarch with Flinger. Because I want big, horrible things running around with my Strigoi. What else are we thinking? What else are we thinking, guys? Maybe maybe a rogue idol, or we could get like a regular Ragnarok. We could get maybe a unit of river trolls for like the debuff. We could get a unit of black orcs with shields that are just like right in the middle center line. I definitely like the Ragnarok.
Seen Wolf 11 cheered. X100. It needs to be a beastly army for a Strigoi.
I agree. I'm thinking spiders and trolls. Spiders and trolls kind of jump out at me. So let's get a unit of river trolls. Well, I mean, we're gonna get crypt horrors though, is kind of the thing. We're gonna have crypt horrors, right? I want a rogue idol. Fuck it. We're gonna have some like big fucking stompy things in the middle of the army.
What? Bow before me.
Okay, Franz fled to Eilhart, so let's capture Karlberg.
Champion of the dark.
Because I intend to capture Middenheim.
King of darkness.
But I want to make really sure I capture Marienburg. I really want Marienburg.
Who wishes the red kiss?
Now. That will do nicely. Who shall we destroy?
Alright. Things are coming along. Two spider artillery? I feel like I'd rather have one artillery and one regular. I don't think I want to double up on artillery. Yeah, whatever, it's fine. He's not going to be able to escape burner. By the way, I haven't asked yet because I'm rude. And sorry, Alex Love, I just saw your lore fact. Do the Hyles have any artillery other than the Eagle bolt thrower? Nope. Nope. Just a bolt thrower. They do use a lot of influence of Nagash plus 30% campaign movement. oh my god. Jesus Christ. we are running. Nagash said, hit the juice. Hit the juice.
I am ready. Deliver it unto me.
Well, this is gonna be the death of Toddy, so I think I'll actually play this one out. Oh, how terribly frightening. You big stupid bird. Oh gosh. Okay, there we go. I forgot to ask her because I'm super duper rude. How is everybody? How are y'all doing? Anyone got any New Year's plans? He doesn't have oh, he does have artillery. Gross. All right, I guess I'll have to go over there and deal with it. Time to earn your stripes, Werner. Also, we're probably gonna have to update your army relatively soonish, more than I would like to have a lot more anti-large now that I'm looking at it. Because our next big war after Chaos is probably gonna be against the ogres, because the ogres, Gulkbag Maneater owns a lot of the Empire, and that's not gonna fly.
Necromancer. Life is a phase. Missiles at the ready!
Knights of More? You dare bring Knights of More against me? Okay, working on a promotion for work? Oh, well, best of luck with that. New Year, say me? Oh, dude, I feel that. I want all of this shit offline, like, yesterday. Kill them!
A new order comes. Now! Leech them of life. Everywhere is death. All before us will perish.
Bats! Kill the Elector Count!
Necromancer.
Hold your fire.
With haste.
Okay, he ran, so I don't actually need to kill him. That's fine. Alright, I'll just slap some more heals on my Vargeist here. Oh, they're healing capped. Oh, wow. Poor guys. Took a bit of a beating, didn't they? I think that's going to be about as good as we can get it. Played so much Factorio, I think I have a management degree in the mail. Nice. Taking me care, watch cats, watch the fireworks. What will you do? I'm just gonna hang out at home. I don't really go out for New Year's. That's when a lot of people making bad decisions tend to be out. So I just stay at home. I don't think Sadie cares as much about fireworks. She's pretty chill. Luckily. Get drunk with your friends like you usually do. Nice. Make sure to be safe. Don't do anything stupid. No, don't do anything too stupid.
This better be important. I will alone. Destroy them. It is night.
Let's grab the Hunger and Restless Dead. You are gonna grab another point in Invocation of Nehek. You're gonna grab more points in Deadly Blade. As we march to go slap some Wood Elves across the face. Oh, I don't have the ghoul buildings in this province. Shoot. I will take a Vargulf, though. And I will take a Mortis Engine.
X300.
I'll take the Feasters of Feasters in the Dusk. And I'll take some Ghoul Boys. Kurishima, thank you for the bits. How do elves and dwarves celebrate the new year? Here, let me do this for you. What is it? I want to say it's... I think it's in this book. Let's find out. Oh, by the way, does anyone want to hear a fun lore blurb about the Helm of Thraska, which is like super badass and good and awesome and cool? And is the item everybody loves getting? Because I have it in my campaign. Isabella's wearing it right now. So it originates from the Vampire Count army book, but it says the Helm of Thraska. The Thraska tribe dwells near the mines of Oakenhammer in the mountains to the far south of Sylvania. During each tribal coronation, the new High King will don the Helm of Thraska, an ancient artifact that accelerates the aging process of its wearer dramatically. 7 years of twilight are granted to the king before he finally succumbs to undeath altogether. During that time, his every whim is catered for. The helm grants him great power over the living and dead alike. Each new High King is determined to carve his mark on the world before his tenure has passed, and so the armies of the Drayskan kings go forth into the world every 7-year cycle, their numbers bolstered not only by thousands of the living dead, but by the dusty cadavers of every king to have ever worn the helm. So, fun fact, that's where that comes from. No, it's not this book. It is. You have to remember that the new year for the Warhammer world is not a good time. It's Witching Night. I mean, if I there's a second little thing here where you say there are 2 nights every year considered evil above all others, when the dark spirits of the world come forth and the creatures of chaos howl in the darkness. The first is Hexensnacht, the Witching Night, which marks the new year. Not a good time. It is not a time of celebration. It is a time of fear and terror. It's a time of battening down the hatches and preparing for shit to hit the fan.
Joins the Red Host.
I want to say it might be in this
Also,
book.
Dealing with some PC virus shit and could use some motivational speech about Total War Warhammer 3's DLC future or something skeptical.
Oh, I'm sorry you're dealing with a PC virus. That fucking sucks. So, what? Okay, when you say a motivational speech in regards to, what do you call it? The future of Total War. Like, do you want, like, I'll say this. Total War, Warhammer 3, benefited very, very heavily. From the arrival of the Old World. The Old World brought Games Workshop back to the table for the concept of creating new things. And this situation led to us receiving Grand Cathay and Kislev. I know for a fact, it's not a matter of like debate, it's a fact that Games Workshop during earlier times in Warhammer 2 was approached by Creative Assembly and they said, hey, can we do Grand Cathay? And Games Workshop told them no, that they didn't want to do it. So Creative Assembly was not allowed to do it. But things changed. Games Workshop finally got it in their head that Warhammer Fantasy was a successful franchise that has a future, And so they should try to bring it back. And not only just bring it back, but to make it fresh, to add lots of new things. So the important thing about that, as far as what the future holds for us, is that Games Workshop has allowed and used old world things for Total War Warhammer. We see it with Grand Cathay and Kislev. All of the things that are playable in those settings, or in those factions, comes from the old world update, or the old world focus. They don't have old world books yet, but they're going to have old world books. Now, that's exciting because it means that there's always potential for us to get new toys. Like, I don't know. I want to be really fucking clear about that. I have no idea if Games Workshop is going to let Creative Assembly use, like, the new Necrolith Bone Dragon for the Tomb Kings. I think they will, but I don't know that they will. I don't know if Games Workshop is going to allow Creative Assembly to use the new Lore of Trolls for the River Troll Hags as a new Lore of Magic in Total War. I think they will, but I don't know that they will. Now, that in and of itself is super duper exciting because it adds a lot of really cool potential for what we could see. But the really crazy thing, and the thing that I'm really excited about, and a lot of people are like, oh, Sotek's fucking crazy, but, you know, it's whatever, is that I deeply believe and have heard a lot of really firm rumors that I have careful, copious amounts of salt faith in, that Games Workshop fully intends to expand the old world. And they want to take the old world into a new direction, and bring in new factions. Now, this also combos with GW's admittedly annoying obsession with trying to not share races or factions or models, we'll say models, between Age of Sigmar and the Warhammer Fantasy Old World. So, because of that, Games Workshop is not currently planning to expand the old world by doing things like Lizardmen, Dark Elves, Chaos Dwarfs, any of that stuff. Yet. Hopefully they will one day, but not yet. Instead, what they want, and I believe they're going to do, is they're going to do an Eastern theater. And they're going to do the Hobgoblin Khanate, Grand Cathay, the Naga of Koresh, the Kingdoms of End, and the, I don't know, the island of Nippon, or the nation of Nippon, or whatever the fuck they're going to call it. And those are going to be, like, the big thrust for making the old world really exciting and having a lot of armies that are near each other on a big map, and you can have, like, a big, crazy, cool-looking map, and there's lots of big battles and crazy shit going down. If they do that, I very much believe that we will get those races in Total War Warhammer. Now, I don't know if that's gonna be like a Total War Warhammer expansion, like just like Warhammer 3 is just gonna have a really long expansion, or if that's gonna be, hey, you know what, this series is super successful, we like money, you like money, let's do a Total War Warhammer 4 that's focused on the Eastern Theater and allows us to implement a couple of new systems and do all this crazy shit. And then that allows for there to be one final expansion to Immortal Empires that actually gives CA a good opportunity to fix some core fundamental issues. With, like, making parts of the map bigger. Fixing sieges. Doing some things that are very difficult to do just by tacking on to the stack that is Warhammer 3. Now, I'm not going to lie to you, that feels like a fever dream, but I don't think it's an impossibility. Which are two very different situations. So, take it or leave it. I know there's a lot of people who think that I'm fucking insane. I have read Reddit posts, and people do not say nice things about me a lot of the time. But in my defense, I'll say that people thought I was fucking crazy when years ago I was predicting Grand Cathay. Years ago, I was banging the drum on Grand Cathay, and people thought I was the most stupid fucking idiot moron on the face of the earth. And I was right. Like, I have a very strong track record that a lot of people like to ignore, which is fine, but, like, I don't know. I'm not that crazy. I'm only a little crazy. I can't find the thing that I want to find, but what I'll say is this, is that as far as, like, Hexensnacht and Geheimnisnacht go, what do the dwarves and elves do? They pray. They batten down the hatches, they reinforce their runes, they get their armies ready and have their armies march to the absolute depths of their holds, their cities, and their lands, and they prepare for hell. They prepare for things in the depths of the world to come trying to smash through walls. They prepare for nightmarish entities trying to like armies of demons to come swarming down from the peaks of the Anuli Mountains. In the case of the elves, the wood elves prepare for the forest of dreaming and the vaults of winter to disgorge nightmarish armies and creatures and entities. The whole thing is a big fucking nightmare. You do not want to be around for the new year. It's not a good time.
Is there a Goblin Doom Diver named character? If not, there should be.
No.
Maybe as an RPG character.
How? Explain to me how that would work. A Goblin Doom Diver named character. I don't know if you're aware of this, but in order to Goblin Doom Dive, it tends to, I won't say always, but it tends to be a one-way trip. It tends to be a pretty straightforward process. I'm not gonna say it's impossible, but like I'm not sure what you expect that to be.
Yotam 9 cheered. X100. He's really bad at his job.
He's really bad at his job. Yeah, I don't think so, Coach, but you know, I've been wrong before. Alright, let's kill us a Durthu so I can get flaming attacks against elves.
Consumer cheered. X100. How do you get goblins to Doom Dive?
Either through force or... Greenskins are not very good at thinking ahead. They are not the best by any means. Any means of the imagination. At, like, foreseeing consequences. So they are very often a race that prides themselves on going into situations with great gusto that will very rapidly result in a painful, agonizing, horrifying death. Because unfortunately, they're just not that smart. You know, their forward-thinking skills, their critical thinking skills are just not, they're not up to snuff, unfortunately. So convincing a goblin to Doom Dive is not as difficult as it perhaps you think it might be. If I do say so. Alright, I'm actually going to need several, oh, can't forget my Mortis engine. That's kind of important. Actually, you can go a little further out.
I am busy. No one can stop.
Flyers, right flank, and left flank. Kill everything. Oh my god, everything hurts!
Yotam 9 shared. X100. I legitimately think that is a cool character idea. Like he's extremely robust or lucky for whatever reason and keeps surviving his flight missions against common sense.
I don't hate it. I will say that. I don't hate it. It sounds goofy as fuck. But I could see that working as a concept. Let's keep things moving. Oh, I misclicked that. Okay. Cool. Okay, good. Let's come back this way. Get on them. They need a little bit of help over here. Ooh, you know what? That's a little too expensive for my blood. Let's have the Shadow Wizard chase them. Let's start slamming down on archers. Get on that tree man. I have very little magic. Something is draining the shit out of me. Hey, Gigantes, thanks so much for the gift subs. I really appreciate that. And forcing Valorant to give me more money. Always deeply appreciated. Thank you. I love taking money from games that I don't play. Always a good feeling. Let's see, I'll chase down those archers. Yep. Good job, y'all. Black Coach, get your fire attacks in here, please. Vlad's invulnerable, which is nice. Okay, we're shutting down all the archers, which is good.
Yotam 9 shared. X100. Kind of wish Jamin got a dwarf forge / mortuary cult type mechanic allowing him to craft items and unique banners for his troops / characters.
I suspect he will eventually. Zhao Ming, Zhao Ming, the great alchemist who is supposed to create like really powerful objects of magical potency. I heavily suspect you will see some shenanigans with that in the future. Ooh, keep my Sternsman alive, please. Hey, Current Shiba, thanks so much for the gift sub. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Very sweet of you. Very kind. Mortis Engine, get your ass back over here. Come here, bats. Come here, bats. You guys come over here. You dive into this mess. Sternsman, you can go ahead and pull out. Oh, God, treatment hurt! I mean, they don't hurt Vlad, but they hurt everything else. Get rid of all this shit. Shooting units, focus Durthu. Slam in here. Looks like army losses may come in soon, which will be nice. Everything hurts. Well, that was painful. Run him down. And run down as many as we can here. Death Wizard, I want you to go after Durthu. Shadow Wizard, go after this tree man. We're gonna keep just throwing some random heals around the battlefield. Durthu is gotta die. I do not want him getting away. But Yotam, yeah, I highly imagine when they do an update for Cathay for the like Shadows of Change thing, like Zhao Ming or no, Yuan Bo I think has a really solid campaign with really solid campaign mechanics. His siblings, not so much. So I am very much hoping we will see a pretty significant investment into making both Miao Ying and Zhao Ming far better characters, which I suspect is going to revolve rather heavily around, like, what I would do if I were CA is I would make the wall, the Great Bastion should be a Miao Ying only mechanic. Like, I understand why they did it the way they did it back then, but I don't think it works that well, because, like, you tend to just avoid the wall with the other characters, and Miao Ying's the only one that's close to it, and it always feels like, as Zhao Ming, you just don't give a shit, right? So hopefully with Zhao Ming, they'll remove him from that mechanic and make that exclusive to her and focus on some other systems. And then can use the opportunity to give us more focus on some other things. Boy, you guys are all pretty beat up. Okay, good. All the treemen are dead.
Yes?
Make sure you're all full health. We can speed up time here a bit.
So be it.
I know they can add mechanics, so they can subtract them. Yeah. They could. I mean, so long as they replace it with something, that's fine. I've not played Durthu since Warhammer 2. Durthu is a fucking monster, dude. He's so good. Why don't I like the Grand Legion of the Everchosen? Because the Grand Legion of the Everchosen is a insane system that basically took half of, like, all of the armies of Warhammer and slapped them onto one character. So it would basically be giving you take Archaon and you'd say, all right, Archaon is going to be a warrior of chaos, Norska, Slanesh, Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Skaven. I think that's everybody. Character. Like, he's going to be... Oh, and Demons of Chaos. So he's going to be 8 factions rolled into one. And I think that is problematic. I don't think that would be a good thing. I think instead of being like, oh, like, he's so, like, that makes him... I think that would make him so absurdly messy that it would... I just don't think it would be good. I don't think it'd be a good time. I'm gonna be honest. I think as a mod... Oh, I forgot Beastmen. Yeah, sorry, Beastmen. So that's 8 factions? I forgot the Beastmen, just like Games Workshop. Ha 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 ha. I just don't really think that's necessary. I think him being the big bad of the Warriors of Chaos, where he's able to take all of the different god factions and bring them together and be the true undivided faction, is great. I think him having systems that give him diplomacy bonuses with all of the other Chaos factions is great. And I think as a campaign mechanic, having a system that allows Archaon to try and bind together the various Chaos factions is good. But I don't think that should be his faction. I think that should be a mechanic. Where he is able to do things that allow him to unify the forces of chaos. But should he start the game having access to a roster that is size of half of all the armies in the game? No, that's fucking ridiculous. Like, that's an end times thing that I find very silly. Nagash, that's not the same as Nagash. Nagash would be 3 groups, which is Tomb Kings, Vampire Counts, and Vampire Coast. And the Tomb Kings side of it is debatable, because the Tomb Kings have a whole thing of being very not Nagash friendly. But that is 3 very similar undead groups. That is the same as saying, oh, Archaon can be and utilizes things that nobody else is able to for Khorne, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, and Khorne. That's fine. But should Archaon be able to do, like, recruit the entire roster of the Beastmen? No, I don't think so. Should it be able to recruit the entire roster of Norska? No, I don't think so. Should it be able to recruit the entire roster of Skaven? Absolutely not. No. Absolutely not. Like, no, I think that's absolutely fucking ridiculous. You know, I think he should have a mechanic that allows him to get access to all the best goodies from the mono gods. But, yeah, no. Tanner Jordan, thank you for the $5 super chat. I hope you had a great Slash Miss. Curious if we're going to continue the building of Localo. Yes! Localo will resume the first Wednesday after the new year. So not tomorrow, next Wednesday. So next Wednesday. Cheesy Sword, thank you very much for the $20 super chat. It's very generous. Thank you so much. Hey Sotek, I have a question for you related to Takala Lorebeard stream. Oh man, that was a while ago. You mentioned that Samel pops up in other places besides Takala's story. Do you know off the top of your head his other appearances? Yes. They're not a lot, but yes. So Samael's big, I don't remember when we discussed it. It might have been on like a random ass stream. But Samael has oh yeah, I did forget the Chaos Dwarfs. So that's 9 fucking factions. Like if so the Grand Legion, you need to understand, if you say the Grand Legion of the Everchosen, that is a specific army from the End Times Book 5, which literally combined all the bad guys into one army. And this was the same book that gave us shit like the Greenskins and the Ogres are now in the same army. Anybody that has knights are the same army. It was very, very messy. But like, that would be Khorne, Nurgle, Tzeentch, Slaanesh, Beastmen, Norska, Warriors of Chaos, Chaos Dwarfs, Skaven. I think that's everybody. Like, that is stupid. Like, I'll say it. That's fucking stupid. That's so dumb. No, absolutely not. I think that's fine for a mod, but that should not be in the base game. Absolutely not. I would be so against that. Massively against that. Archaon should be the big bad undivided Warriors of Chaos character who's able to get access to all of the cool toys from Tzeentch, Khorne, Slaanesh, and Nurgle. Period. Like that, and that should be a mechanic. That he shouldn't have that base. Oh yeah, demons. Yeah, right, demons. So 10 factions. Jesus Christ. Yeah. No. I think I kind of have everything I want. Not really worried about any of these. So I guess we could do magic for the rest. I don't really need more speed because I've got Vanguard deployment. Loremaster I don't think is worth it. I don't need missile resistance. I don't need more leadership. Yeah, okay, so yeah, let's go up this tree. No, I got Beastman that time. Anyway, back to Samael. So, Samael has one really, really big story that I recall off the top of my head, which is the Incubi and the Succubi. So the Liber Chaotica was a book published a ways back that did a really, 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 really good job heavily expanding the lore of all of Chaos. And it goes into some like crazy, wild, all over the place places, and it's a very, very fun book. It's not the easiest to get a hold of, but if you ever can, I would highly recommend getting a hold of it and picking it up, because it's a pretty interesting book. But all that to say that, ooh, that was not worth it. Samael, the book, focuses a fair bit on, and it basically presents him as the information that you basically get told is that Samael is one of, if not the absolute first demon prince of Slaanesh. So he is the big bad of the Slaanesh demon princes until he seems to fall out of favor, and that's where Azazel seems to step into the role. But based on the information we have about him, he is an extremely ancient demon prince that was around, obviously, during the Cataclysm, which was the first Great War and when Chaos entered the universe. And it's vaguely implied that he was probably, he may have been an elf, but it doesn't say it for sure, so that's a matter of speculation, not a strictly confirmed thing. But the big things with him, outside of the T'Challa story, is he created the Incubi and the Succubi. And the Incubi and the Succubi is a story that is both a bit of a horror story, while also kind of serving as a... The best way I can describe it is it serves as a cautionary tale to demons about the dangers of the mortal realm. Because what happened was that some ancient time ago, probably after the Cataclysm, there was a great group of demons that desired to enter the mortal realm and not be forced to leave. So they wanted to come into reality, and you know what? It's not that long of a story, and a $20 super chat is quite generous. So how about I just read the fucking story? Ugh. How about that? So I need to be in the Slaanesh book. We got the Saga of Styrkar. We got the Forbidden Arts. Slaanesh and Elves. Artifacts of Slaanesh. Chatting with Slaanesh. Here we are. Succubi and Incubi. Ugh. Here we go. Yeah, I mean, hell, you give me $20, I'll do a lot of things. Here we go. I'm gonna drink water for a moment. Ugh. All right. Succubi and Incubi. In those days, when the first humans had multiplied, it happened that there were born unto them handsome sons and beautiful daughters. The demons of Lumineth, known as the Children of Delight, saw these handsome sons and beautiful daughters and desired them. Sorry, did I say Children of Lumineth? Demons of Lumineth, which Lumineth is another way of saying Slaanesh. They said to one another, "Come, let us choose lovers for ourselves from amongst the sons and daughters of humanity. For their minds are weak as the Dawis are not, and their souls dim as the Asurs do not. Amongst them we might rule, and in them we might beget us offspring." but Samael, who was first amongst these demons. So that confirms he's the first. I would argue this confirms that he is the one of, if not the absolute first demon prince of Slaanesh, but he was the first among the Children of Delight, which are a very, very powerful group of Slaaneshi demons. So anyway, but Samael, who was then first amongst these demons, which implies that he's not anymore. Once again, very interesting. Sorry, I'll stop interrupting. But Samael, who was then first amongst these demons, said, "This cannot be, for the sons and daughters of men are mortal, while you are immortal. As you are now, no children can you sire nor bear. Let you instead take possession of male and female, and with their bodies around you, you may sire and bear children." With Samael's words in their hearts, 200 from amongst the Children of Delight did take possession of the bodies of men and women, 100 of each. And so it was that this 200 took lovers unto themselves, men and women both. They taught their lovers magic and incantation, the ways of cutting roots and plants, and how to distill liquor and narcotic, both sweet and strong. In women they sired sons, and from men they took the seed of daughters, and pregnancy came soon after. Yet as their offspring swelled from passion to babe, no souls did they possess, for the Children of Delight forbade it of them. Instead, the children themselves entered the growing bodies of their offspring, becoming themselves the sons and daughters of the mortal realms, while retaining all the immortal might of the ether within. These creatures that were born from the union of demon and flesh were called the Incubi and the Succubi, male and female evil spirits bound upon to the world of mortals. As great as demons were they, but beauteous as the fairest of humans. The infernal spirits within them could not be withdrawn nor banished into the ether, for they were created from mortal men and women, and their natural dwelling was the dwelling of all human beings in the mortal world. These succubi and their brothers ate no food, nor became thirsty, nor could any obstacles stand before them. Seeming as unto gods were they to the poor and ignorant peoples of the world, and though their rule was not unquestioned, it could not be ended by mortal men. The incubi and succubi turned against their fathers and their mothers, consuming their lives and their souls, and then they went amongst the peoples and lands of the world, teaching charms and enchantments as they saw fit, slaying and seeking tribute as they desired. They taught men how to seek pleasure and They taught men how to seek pleasure and delight, and taught them also arts and sciences. But their actions always had a malicious end, and heralded a time of lawlessness and warfare. But they were deceived, for though they had form and presence in the mortal realms, and could not be banished thence, they were mortal. Though they aged not, they could be killed as any being of mortal flesh could be killed, and all that stood between them and final death was the strength of their arms, the magic of their eyes, and the poison of their words. Then, to the south of the Succubi's realms, there rose a mighty warrior, a leader of men, hammer of goblins and god incarnate. In his 26th year, Sigmar, called the Heldenhammer, turned his gaze to the northern reaches of the lands he would claim as his empire. The Succubi and their brother Incubi could not stand before his gaze, and the man-god swept them aside as dry leaves before the autumn wind. Sigmar hunted out the Dark Ones wherever they sought refuge, and brought fiery ruin upon their heads, scattering them into the wastes and ending their unholy reign forevermore. There you go. So that was one of Samael's schemes that potentially got rid of a lot of rivals of his. But you'll notice it happened during the time of Sigmar, so Azazel was just about to happen. Tanner Jordan, thank you for the super chat. The Takala team, didn't you and Andy hint that Samael was or could be her relative? Could be. But, okay, so that was in the part of the dream where we were doing, like, stream where we were doing really weird theories. Because the way that the ether works, the realm of chaos, there's no time doesn't exist there. And so the concept of moving from one point of time to another point of time in our world does not work in a linear fashion. In the realm of chaos, the future is not what you're inevitably heading towards, and the past is not what you have left behind. It works in wibbly wobbly, timey-wimey weird shit. So because of that, one of the things that we were discussing in the stream about what could have been the mortal identity of Samael, Andy, I think it was Andy, proposed the idea that theoretically Samael could have been Dakala's father, which means that he would have been part of a, basically that would mean that Samael is created by the actions of Dakala when she tortures and murders her father. So he kind of creates himself in a sense. I personally am not as big of a fan of that theory. I think I prefer Samael as someone that, like, admired or kind of stalked Dakala from a distance, because I think that's a bit more of a grounded story. Whereas the father story is a bit too timey fucky wucky for my taste. Though it's possible, in that anything in chaos is possible. Oh good, there's lots of dead people here, so I can recruit actual good units. I don't have enough money for anything super spicy.
Yotam9 shared. X100. Newridian, the guy who made the How to Lizardman video, How to Play video just dropped. It's a banger.
Oh, that's cool. Wait, is that the guy that... I'll look it up later. I think I know who you're talking about. But my memory is admittedly a little fuzzy. Nerf, hello, Sotek, what do you think about Vultan? Ah, oh, man, Vultan. I love Vultan. I genuinely love Vultan. But I don't think he makes sense in this game. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hello. I adore Vultan. I don't think he makes sense in this. Because Vultan requires a very specific series of things to happen. Ooh, peace with the elves? No, because I'm winning. And Azhag is in your mountains. And you attack the Altdorf garrison and I'm gonna win. Stay winning, kings. Okay, here's the issue. There are a couple issues with Vultan. So there's two, we'll say two big issues, right? And the first is not that big of a deal, which is that Vultan wields Golmaraz. Like he has a lot of different weapons over the course of his like life, but he wields Golmaraz as like his big finale weapon. But Karl Franz also wields Golmaraz as his big finale weapon. So like that'd be a little weird to have two characters wielding the same like super badass iconic weapon at the same time. But you could maybe make it where like only one of them can have it, so you personally have to choose which one of them has to wield it. So like you could get around that. The bigger problem is Vultan's design. Vultan is a character Games Workshop, to put it very bluntly, fucked up. They fucked him up big time. Which is that Vultan has 3 fucking miniatures that all showcase him at a different point in his life. And he basically starts the Storm of Chaos as a boy, like he's like a teenager. And then by the end of the Storm of Chaos, which is not that long, like it's several years, but it's like less than a decade, he goes from being a clean-shaven boy, like teenager with long hair, and he has like 2 smith's hammers, to being like an older adult with a full crazy beard, looks just like Sigmar, and he looks like a middle-aged man, like in his late 20s, mid 30s ballpark. And he's like wearing full plate armor on a big crazy horse with a big fucking Galmaraz hammer. And if you implement Vultan, I feel like you're not doing Vultan justice if you don't have all the variants of him. But at the same time, for the way Total War works, it just wouldn't. I feel like it wouldn't work. Oh damn, Cetra killed the pirates? But I wanted to manipulate the pirates to be my puppets. Dude, Cetra's kind of popping off. Like, I'm a little scared. Alright, Azhag is... Oh, dude, Azhag is making me such a proud papa right now. Hopefully he'll keep it up. Oh, I really want to upgrade Kessel Drakenhof. Hopefully I can do that by, like, taking over this place. I want more halberd boys. Oh, there's not enough corpses now. Well, I'll just have to fix that by making some more. X Kayla, thank you so much for the 20 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Great Taker Games, hello, how you doing? Thanks for your summary. Hey, happy to, hopefully that's helpful. And there are some people that don't agree with me. Now, I will say this, Nerf. If you want a super badass Sigmarite character, we need 2. We need 2 Sigmarite legendary heroes. The first is that we need Matthias Fulman, who has a full trilogy of Black Library novels about him. Matthias Fulman is a witch hunter. So give us the witch hunter legendary hero, who's a super cool badass. And then from the army book, and a very, very famous iconic character, we need Luther Huss. Luther Huss is your warrior priest legendary hero who's just, he's so cool, dude. I love Luther Huss. He's very, very heavily, not so subtly inspired by Martin Luther. But Luther Huss is he's so cool, dude. I fucking love Luther Huss. Alright, I'm gonna leave my Death Vampire to murk this Arc Lector. And then the rest of my army is going to swarm into the city from the behind, because Vlad's like, I know the ancient ways into the city. I was there when this city was built. Because of course he does. He's fucking Vlad von Karstein. He knows everything. Martin Luther the Protestant? Yes. Do you know another Martin Luther? Like regular Martin Luther that's of note? Not Martin Luther King, just Martin Luther.
The dead are mine.
The Games Workshop, some of their characters are not subtle in their inspirations. Like, they're like, look, it's so-and-so in the Warhammer world, and you're like, oh, okay. They're very fond of doing that. I bring death.
We are the new order.
Hungry.
Oh, they're blocking me. That's not very smart.
Yes. By Van Hell. End them.
Bring death. We are immortal. Vampire. Swiftly. Vampire. We are immortal.
What do you want?
No, 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 no. Come back.
Mortis engine.
Back here, you silly gooses.
All shall bow before me.
Cavalry! Capture this. Black Coach, go with them. Vargeis! Clear the path. That is very painful. Please stop.
We are the new order. Yes.
My love! Wind of death them into oblivion.
Love eternal.
They're just like, nope, we're out. Fuck this, dude. That woman just obliterated everybody. We are out of here. Fuck this noise. Oh, that's so funny. I'm telling you, man, she just let off one spell and they all were just like, oh, okay, yeah, no, we're not fighting that. No, sirree. Not in this house. We are out of here. Oh, that gave me the giggles, something fierce.
Swiftly.
Kurt Helborg went. Kurt Helborg should be a legendary lord, but hopefully soon.
Isabella.
We gotta get through some more Chaos DLCs.
Very well.
And probably like a good vampire DLC.
Noble of the night. We are immortal. Isabella von Karstein. Quickly.
No one can stop me.
Kill them all!
Master of the Undead.
Die. It is done.
Sam Kennedy, thanks so much for becoming a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Will join us.
You have one of those sexy green names in chat. No, if you become a YouTube member, your name is green, which means I'll always see your comment. Like, you will always be a huge, like, oh, it's so-and-so. It jumps out at me very, very much.
Countess.
Alright, most of them should be dead shortly. It's good to get lots of kills after battles, because that improves your results in, like, the aftermath of, like, oh, you get X amount of, you get, like, this many guys back after a fight, or you get this little goodie, or this little goodie, or whatever. A lot of that is determined by casualties after the battle is over. A lot of people don't seem to know that. Which is fine, because the game doesn't do a very good job of communicating that information. So, like, it's good to run down fleeing enemies, because they vastly improve your post-battle casualties. Hi, Sotek. I thought of another monster unit Ricard should have access to. Blood Vultures. That's fair. Yeah, I think Blood Vultures would be cool. Maybe his monsters are based on, like, terrain type, right? Like, the terrain you went in. So I think that'd be a cool one for, like, mountains. Blood Vultures. I think that's a great idea. What units are left for the Empire? So from the army book, we're still missing the Grandmaster Generic Lord, Kurt Helborg Legendary Lord, Ludwig Schwarzhelm Legendary Hero, Luther Huss Legendary Hero, and the Celestial Hurricanum, which is a very similar device to the Luminarch of Hysh. Short victory achieved! Woohoo! Plus 15% calcium replenishment. I'll take that. But if you're talking about the expanded roster, which CA tends to delve into the expanded rosters, we're missing the Tutitan Guard from... so, like, from the Ulrich side of things, we're missing the Tutitan Guard, we're missing the Knights of the White Wolf Cavalry, we're missing the Knights Panther, we're missing... We're missing kind of like the generic, I forget what they're called, but like the little White Wolf warriors. We're missing the Warrior Priests of Ulrich. We're missing our Ulrich Emir Valgir as a legendary lord. We're missing... I think that's all the big ones. Those would probably be the big ones. It'd be nice to see Tal get some big representation as well, because the big three gods for the Empire are supposed to be Tal, Ulrich, and Sigmar. I don't know if they're gonna do that though. I think they might just do Ulrich and Sigmar and then call it a day. But we'll have to see what the future has in store for us.
Devourer of light.
If I hit Helmgart, I no longer have to worry as much about armies coming up to get me, which would be nice. But if I take Uberstrike, then I am that much closer to owning this entire area. Tier 5 Drakenhof, let's go! What missions you got for me? Ooh, this guy. And he's standing. Well, that makes my decision for me. Come here, Ewarts. Bonk. Nice. Yeah, let's just capture Isleheart. It's fine. It's a little fucked up, but that's alright. Werner can march on Uberstrike for me. Ah, the Uberstrike 5. Well, the Uberstrike 5 we have at home.
Kill them, raise them.
We have the Uberstrike home at 5. We have the Uberstrike 5 at home, honey.
Welcome to my court.
Alright, and now I'm poor, so my heroes can't afford to do anything, which is fine. We just want to make sure our vampire is tracking Cetra.
Yes, my sire.
Well, actually, I guess not, because he doesn't have any heroes for me. But the Skaven have been getting a little uppity. What are they so mad at me about? Oh, they're mad that I am having human vassals.
Yes.
Well,
the
sounds
Hurrah
like
was
I'm about to start killing rats. Then, because I don't really give a shit what they think about me. Tanner, thank you so much for the super chat. For End and Koresh, do we have obvious legendary lords? No. That would be up to Games Workshop. Well, okay, maybe not. The Tiger Men, the Tiger Warriors, likely would have a legendary lord. So there would probably be some, like, King of the Tiger Men or Chieftain or whatever. So the Tiger Man, there would probably be a Tiger Man legendary lord for End. Outside of that, though, it would not be a Solostra situation, though. It would be a Cathay situation. So, like, Grand Cathay, CA didn't do anything for that. Like, CA had no involvement in creating Grand Cathay and the characters and everything. That was Games Workshop came to them and said, "Hey, here's Grand Cathay. You may adapt this." And I think it would be the same situation where Games Workshop would come to Creative Assembly and say, "Hey, here's End or here's Koresh. If you want to adapt it, you can." You know, we'll maybe give you, like, if their characters are not immortal, they might need to be like, oh, okay, here are some characters that are around during the era of Karl Franz. But other than that, like, I think it would be fairly straightforward. I feel like I want a regular Ragnarok, and then, or you know what? I think I'll just take 2 units of River Trolls. I think I'll take 2 units of River Trolls because they'll synergize nice. Well, I kind of want some Mangler Squigs though, because Mangler Squigs are, but Mangler Squigs, they're cool, but they cost a lot of allegiance points, and their main gimmick is to die. Like, I don't. Are they still good outside of exploding? For anyone that's used them since their patch update, like, are Mangler Squigs still good?
Do you need fresh troops? Crumble.
Why do you fail me, son?
I can and will.
By the comet.
Lord of the Night. The world will drown in blood. Bring them down.
Close victory, my ass. I'm just gonna march in there and take it. But no, it would not be a Solostra. Solostra was Creative Assembly created the character with Games Workshop's help. And to my understanding, it was apparently agonizing. So, you know. What factions do I think are going to be the next DLC? Based on how I'm feeling today, I'm gonna say Slanesh High Elves Norska. If you ask me tomorrow, I'd probably say Slanesh High Elves Tomb Kings. And if you ask me the day after that, I would say Slanesh High Elves Bretonia. Could a promising Chaos Giant be given a gift of intelligence? It wouldn't have to be promising, it would just be a random mutation. But not all giants are stupid. Some giants, a lot of giants, giants are very inebriated. They're very big, drunk. They're like big guys that are drunk because they're often in a lot of horrible pain because of the way their bodies are built. But they have a language. They have like a culture. They dress themselves. Like, they're not stupid. They're really not. They can appear very dumb. But there are several giants out in the world that are surprisingly intelligent. Like, there are giants out in the world that know multiple languages. They're like polyglots. There are giants that are capable of, like, forward-thinking and clever plans. There are giants that know that sometimes it's better to stay hidden because then you don't have to worry about people constantly thinking you're a big stupid monster and they have to kill you. It's a complex situation. They're not all big dumb brutes like you tend to see the ones, like the ones that tend to hang around with greenskins and they make like big messes all the time and get themselves into lots of trouble. They're debatably not very smart. But there are clever ones out there out in the world. Scabscrath is so fucking good, dude. Bro, this city is boned. Bunch of silly gooses. We could could totally be a threat to the vampires, guys. Let's go. What's the worst that could happen? We'll be fine. Mozzarella, local fire hurl. Oh, thank you. Well, I appreciate that. Thank y'all for keeping me fed. Good to see you. I hope you're having a good day. Why is this city not shattered? Oh, that's why. There's a bunch of annoying halberdiers that are like, we can do it, man. Kill them all.
Another wretched foulism thing enjoys the red host.
No, you're not allowed to rally. No, get out of here. Here, you don't need melee attack or melee defense. Get out of here. And not a single Vargulf died. Just the way I like it. I think we may have, like, lost some crossbowmen, maybe. Everyone else looks healthy. Just pop a quick heal on him. Go, give yourselves a little heal. Just make sure we're all topped off. Benjamin Cheddar, thank you so much for the 41 months. I really appreciate it. Mozzarella, the next time I come in and you're there, like, be like, hey, I was at your stream. My name is so-and-so. So I could be like, I could put a face to a name. Yeah, my local firehouse, they're cool. They're cool guys. I'm a very big creature of habit, so and rather embarrassingly, a significant amount of them have memorized my order. And they know my phone number at this point. I just call and they're like, oh, it's so-and-so. Are you getting the usual? And I'm like, yes. Because when I decide that I like something, I see no reason to change. Variety is not the spice of my life. Did I see Legends' latest video about DLC speculation? No, I don't watch Total War videos that often. The only other content creator in the Total War space that I watch is Turin. I like to watch Turin's multiplayer tournaments because they're fun and I enjoy keeping up with the multiplayer scene and how it's like going and if there's any big issues or bugs or anything like that. But other than that, I don't watch other content creators because it kind of fucks with my head in a weird way. Like it's the best way I can explain it is like if you do content creation for a living, you have to it can be weird to like watch other content creators. Because like a part of your brain's like, oh, they're like it can just the kind of brain I have, it just messes with me in weird ways. So I don't watch people that do what I do. So yeah. So no, I haven't seen it. So if something interesting has happened in it, feel free to relay it to me. And I would be happy to hear about it. Is the way that I am ultimately going to end that comment. Sure, I'll accept that one. Don't get me wrong, I adore Legend. I am very, very fond of him. He and his wife are good people. They are wonderful people. And he has a wonderful kiddo. And I adore him and wish him nothing but the best. But yeah, I don't watch other content creators. He thought the Norse legendary lord would be Egil Styrsborn? Really? Styrsborn? No. Styrsborn is so boring. Styrsborn is so boring. Ugh. I really... It makes me sad when the community gets, like, caught up on just the most random characters. Like, he has a really fun story. That's undeniable. He has a super duper 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 fun story. But he's from, like, he basically is from a book. He's a book. Like, why would you want Styrsborn when you already have Wulfric the Wanderer? Like, why not have Muna Mim, the Famir matriarch character? Or why not have Sael the Faithless, the traitor to the Dolgans, who's a shaman sorcerer lord that just joins in on anybody? So, like, you know, wizard characters. Why not have Bjorg Bearstruck, who can turn into a fucking werebear? Like, yeah, I mean, you joke. I would rather have Surtha Ek than Egil Styrsborn. He wants Gilberian for the Slanesh legendary hero. Okay. I mean, I would prefer Styrkar, because Styrkar, like, I think synergizes really, really well with, like, the new units and things that we'd be getting. But that's okay. That's not my preference, but it's fine. Like, Styrsborn, especially, like, if they go with the way that Styrsborn doesn't have official art. To my... Well, actually, hold on. I think he's mentioned in the... Hold on. Styrsborn. I think he's mentioned very briefly in this book. King Shalin. Heinrich Kimmler. Duke Armand. See the Red Duke. Un momento. I am satisfying a brain bug. See, they say he's mentioned in fucking wikis, dude. Sometimes they're useful, sometimes they are fucking worthless. Bretonia's cleansing of Musion? Really? Sergeant Rat's ass. Thank you for coming. It's lovely to see you. Some of your VA's voice in this game. Oh, that's awesome. If you know any specific ones, we would absolutely love to hear it. Let's see, Musion. Let's see, the Affair of the False Grail. him in here. I guess I could do a good old Control F on my PDF version. If I have it ready. No, I don't have it ready to go. Fuck. I don't think he's in the Bretonia book. They keep saying that he is, and I don't think he is. Which, if he's not in the Bretonia army book, then he's literally a villain from one book that then shows up in a short story from the same series. He's just not that big of a deal. Like, I don't know. I think Steersborn is. I don't like him. I don't think he's that interesting. He doesn't have any official artwork, so a lot of the time people are like, "Oh, look how badass his art is of the Chaos Lord of Khorne." That's not him. that is a regular. That's a regular guy. That is not Steersborn. I don't know. I feel like that's one of those situations where somebody saw him on a mod and was like, "Wow, this guy is the coolest thing ever." And there's like nothing more to that. It's like that is a character that has grossly been expanded due to people, I say this with love, but people like not knowing what they're talking about and just latching on to something they saw on a wiki. Because I would be surprised if most of those people have even read the book that Steersborn is from.
Let's go, Archeria. They's gonna eat these if they say something stupid.
No, look at Azhag being such a good boy for me. He's wiping the wood elves out of the mountains. What a wonderful, faithful little servant he is. He's the only Norskin lord from Mixu? Well, it sounds like Mixu needs to mix up his material. Oh. Mixu does good stuff. I disagree with several of his decisions over the years. As far as like who to adapt and stuff, but nobody cares what I think, so it's whatever. I don't know. I wish that they would actually choose characters. Wait, aren't Mixu the guys? Is that the same group that got mad at me for saying their Famir thing was like incredibly fun to play, but was like not lore accurate because it was all based on like a fan magazine that wasn't endorsed or a part of Games Workshop property at all? Is that the same? Was that Famir mod Mixu? No, that was OVN. Okay, never mind. All right, Elspeth is now my servant. Delicious. OVN, those guys do not like me. They are not fans. Oh man, they got really upset. They were fucking pissed. You know that, have y'all ever seen that meme of it's like this squishy little character like in a box, and he's like, maybe I should like go outside my box and like experience this thing in the world, and he like opens up the box and then a fist punches him really hard and he goes back in the box and the box gets thicker and he's like, never again. That's how I feel with mod reviews. That's how I feel with mod reviews. I'm still sad about that, genuinely, all these years later. Ovian got mad at, yes, Ovian got very mad at me, because the thing that was sad was like I really liked their mod. Like I genuinely really enjoyed their mod, but it wasn't lore accurate. Like I didn't think it was lore accurate, and I said my opinion. Like I was like, it's super duper fun. I don't think that it's accurate to how like I don't think it's accurate to how Famir are portrayed in the modern lore. And I think, you know, if you were gonna see things added to them in like modern content, they wouldn't be anything like this. But it's really, really fun. And they got pissed. Like, oh my good God, they were They were not okay with what I just said. I think I'll take a Banshee and a Necromancer hero, maybe? Let's do... Yeah, that's fine. Let's do it. Let's do a Banshee and a Necromancer inside this army.
I will not betray you. More mausoleums to defy.
And I still think that mob was really fun, but I still don't agree with the way it portrayed Premier. Now, I said the lore was a 1 out of 5. I said the lore was a 1.5 out of 5. I did not say the mod was a 1.5 out of 5. I said the lore of the mod was a 1.5 out of 5. Which is very different. It's a great mod, by the way. If you've never tried OVN's mods, they have a lot of faction mods that are really, really interesting. I heavily recommend trying them out. Always. I just don't do review videos on them because I would rather not make them angry.
I am unstoppable.
I thirst.
Yeah, they have an Araby mod. Yeah. Warzak's Morky Mischief, thank you for the super chat. What is the relationship between Gromberto and the other dwarves? Do they think he's just an elder? Do they know he's an actual ancestor god? Ooh. So we talk about this if you go watch the Lorebeards episode on Gromberndal, but the best way to simplify it would be to say that there are different opinions. There's not a consensus among the dwarves. There are a good number of dwarfs that think he doesn't exist. That he's like a fable, and he's not real. There are some dwarfs that think that he's 100% real, and that he is that he's just like a notably strong or interesting elder that wanders around the world and like helps out where he can and gives advice and endorses stuff, but that he's not like anything beyond that. There are some that think he's a spirit, you know, that he is a spirit of the of like a great ancestor who is not able to rest because he is running around constantly trying to right wrongs and helping things. And then there are some that are like, nah, I think he's like a literal ancestor god. Like he's, you know, he's like a way bigger deal than we realize. So there are differing opinions. Because, you know, the dwarves are not a monolith. No, you know, none of the Warhammer factions are monoliths. They all have differing opinions on what things may or may not be.
Amethyst Guardian.
Due to that, there's a lot of different takes, different thoughts, and things like that. But I would say most of them... I would say the idea that he is a full-on ancestor god is probably not a terribly popular idea, and one that probably catches some flack from people being like, no, that's ridiculous. Like, how could you suggest something that absurd? That he's an ancestor god. Pah! Pah! And there are others that would be like, no, I swear it by blah, 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 blah. That it, you know, he's this, you know, blah, blah, blah thing. So it just depends. All right, I'm going to go into Uber Strike here before these Bretonians get on me. Sergeant Radass voices the Night Goblins, Lead Belchers, and Black Orcs in game. Holy shit, that's awesome! Well, welcome to the stream. we are recruiting some greenskins as we speak to our ghoul army. Because Azhag is a faithful vassal. Well, we appreciate you coming by. It's fucking awesome. We hope you're having a great day and a great holidays and all that jazz. His friends does skinks and croxagores. Oh, dude, don't tell me that. I wanna like give him a big old kiss for voicing my fucking beloved lizardman. Actually, if your buddy who did the skinks and croxagores would be interested in being paid money to like record some stream alerts, please feel free to tell them to hit me up if they so desire. If not, that's totally cool. But because we have, as you could maybe hear, we have the voice of Throt the Unclean, Voice Snacks, who's super great guy.
I wish you all the best.
Voice Snacks did the voice for Throt the Unclean from the Twisted in the Twilight DLC, and he recorded some stream alerts for us. And hell, if you would be down for that, you know, we could certainly make use of some greenskin voice shenanigans. All my characters are sad infantry characters at the moment. Alright. The Ubersreich 5 are not gonna stop me from taking this damn city, I say. Alright, take us in! Oh, not you. Vargeis, if we could clear off the walls, that would be lovely. Send our vampire to the walls, along with the grave guard. Keep you in reserve. Oh, I love when people get flung off the walls and just insta-die. It always makes me so happy. Yeah, if you want to like ever like join our Discord and shoot me a DM, that's usually the best way to get in contact with me. That like guarantees I'll see it. Take out these swordsmen.
Necromancer.
Alright, grave guards are on the walls. Vargeis, disengage, please.
Their time has come.
I want to get some Empire units in this army. Hey, Mr. Ford, thanks so much for gifting a sub to Sergeant Radass. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. That makes me very happy. Have y'all bunch up so I can do a bunch of healing. Alright, battering ram is on the door.
The summoning begins. Death magic.
I know a lot of people don't like battering rams because admittedly they could use some like good tweaks, but I do love that once they're on the door, they knock that thing down so fast.
The dead are mine. It is time. Death magic. comes.
Oh, I was like, what did I leave in the forest? Alright, my vampire is dueling Barden on the walls. Kruber's almost dead. I think I'll have my necromancer kill him, because that will be lore accurate. Well, not lore accurate for Kruber, but Kruber's regiment was killed by a necromancer, so it'll be thematic. We'll go with thematic. That's the fun way to put it. Oh yeah, Barden's straight up not having a good time. Kill Sienna!
Leech them of life.
Alright, Kruber's dead. Barden's dead. There's Carillion. I'm not gonna worry about hunting them down, though. They'll all die. Alright, gather up, lads, so I can get off some last-minute heals. Oh, this is actually a lot easier with the Necromancer being around because he has Master of Dead, so he can give some more healing, which is always nice.
Now. With haste. Now.
Gather to me, children! Join the Discord? Awesome! Please do shoot me a DM when you have some time. And we shall chat, good sir. Okay, I think the only thing not at full health is my Vargeis. Whoa! Thank you for the wall. Oh, nope, we got one more. There we go. Everyone's back to full health. We took the city and didn't lose a single guy. Sotek, I was wondering today when playing Drycha, what happened to Codell and Drycha after freeing Codell from his prison? We don't know. Basically, so Drycha frees Codell right before the end times, and the two of them basically vanish and go into hiding, and they don't reappear until very late in the end times, where it's kind of played off as like because they've gone so like mad with crazy chaos shenanigans and like all the magic in the world, and they're both like they both, you know, have issues to say the least, that they've gone so crazy that they're able to be manipulated by Be'lakor, and Be'lakor basically comes to both of them, and Be'lakor convinces Drycha and Coadil that if they help him, he will cleanse the forest of elves and he will give them Athelloren. So they join up with him along with, it ends up being Hellebron leading like a bunch of Cain crazed elves, like what's left of the like insane Cain elves who end up joining with Khorne. So it's like Hellebron, Drycha, Coadil, and Be'lakor make an alliance, and they attack Athelloren. Coadil gets in a big kaiju battle with Durthu, which is super tragic. And Durthu ends up, they fight. Coadil manages to rip one of Durthu's arms off and is about to win, but that's when Alariel steps in, who at this point is the incarnate of life, and she unleashes a big spell that makes Durthu's ripped off arm regrow like freakishly fat, like instantly. His arm just like completely regrows, and it allows Durthu to get the upper hand, and he kills Coadil. And then Drycha ends up dueling with Malekith, which, despite the fact that Malekith is like a fucking incarnate and is the incarnate of shadows and is basically a god, Drycha kind of kicks the shit out of him until oh god, I forget who it is. It might be Alariel that does it, but somebody does something to Drycha, and it causes Drycha to kind of like stop being completely batshit crazy for just a moment, long enough for Drycha to be like, whoa, like, what am I doing? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm clearly not on the right side. Like, I'm making a mistake. And as Drycha's kind of like reeling from her brain being kind of fixed for just a second, Malekith is basically like, now's my chance, and he chops Drycha's head off and kills her. Oh, the Trickster's Helm? Sure, why not? Okay, I haven't messed with my items in way too long. Power Stones are not terrible. Shrieking Blades I can do without. Another Scabscrath? Oh, don't mind if I do. We can combine the swords. Another Helm of Discord. Damn. Oh, damn. Okay, we're getting some goodies. Devon Karlstein. Scroll of Leeching is fucking terrible. I hate this item. I need them to fix it. They could make the Scroll of Leeching good. It would not be that hard, but the current version is just absolute garbo.
Unstoppable.
Ooh, nice. I'll take that.
Yes. More sleep shines.
We want the Flesh Golem for the campaign movement. Then we can take Corpse Thief for better item stealing. Let's give you Helm Discord's fine. Combine the Trickster Shards because those are fucking. Ooh, another Black Periop. God damn, we're getting some good items. We'll give your Necromancer the Forbidden Rod. We can slap Scabscrath on this White King. Along with... Let's give the Ghoul King... Oh, wait, no, we already... Oh, I have another Helm of Discord. Jesus Christ, I have so many Helms of Discord. So much Discord! That's... We can slap it on the Banshee, I guess? Got some extra armor. Let's combine those. Another Scabscrath. I'm not complaining, but like, damn. I'll take the Glittering Scales on the Necromancer. I'll take the Brass Cleaver on the Necromancer. That's really, really good. Nice buff item. Sword of Antiheroes could go on here. No, I prefer the Sword of Strife, actually. I don't really care for ruby. Ruby rings are okay. I guess you can have a ruby ring. It's fine. It's not great, but it's not terrible. You already have a Power Stone. You've got the Book of Ashur. So we've got another Scabscrath, which I'll slap on the Banshee, I guess? Yeah, sure, why not? Cool. Alright, now we're cooking. So what is Vlad's ward save right now? Vlad has a 20% base ward save. 15% physical resist. You love to see it. And then he can get up to like a... So what, that kicks him to like a 90% ward save when he wants? See, if I go over here, can I get Grave Grab with Halberds? Hell yeah! I'm gonna go back to the forest. Alright. We've got ambushing armies. You're recruiting more ghouls. Cool.
Undead Ascendant. Fine.
How we doing, chat? Oh, I want to get some Terrorgeist in this army, but I can't recruit Terrorgeist yet. I need Castle Drakenhof to get tier 5. Though maybe I can recruit some around here-ish. No, I need to go to Wartbad. This has 3,000 corpses. This has 2,500, 2,000, 3,100. None of these are great. We'll play by ear. What would a beastman gun instructor say to another beastman that shoots for the first time? Don't look down the muzzle. Oh, no, you're one of those. No. No.
Leave me.
Yeah, Ikit Claw's getting... He doesn't appreciate my human empire. He doesn't like my human vassals. He's getting all jealous. I don't like that the Empire is north of me and south of me. That's annoying. If I can get peace with Bretonnia, I'll take it, because I need to focus on taking over the Empire. So I think my goal is to like whoop Bretonnia real bad here. And then hopefully that will let me get peace with Bretonnia, so then I can turn my full attention onto the Empire. Bro, are you trying to attack my buddy here? Lugan Ironjaw?
What? Seas of blood. Wipe them out.
Oh my god, these Bretonians are fucked. Bro, caught him with a full undead army, a full greenskin army, and a partial Wa army with triple feral wyverns. Hey, it's not often you get to fight side by side with the AI, right? They are... Bretonnia is in for a bad day. Can we get some, can we get some F's in chat for the lady? Because they're in trouble. That's so funny. Oh, and they're coming from a flanking direction. Bro, I don't even have to engage. He's got field trebuchets. That's not very nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna hang out outside of trebuchet range and just cackle as my vassal horde of greenskins prepares to come plowing into the fight.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
Yeah. Yes, indeed.
Crossbows ready, General.
Just you fucked up. You dogged up, son. Oh, good. Our necromancer's on horseback now. That's nice. You gonna come fight me? No, you're just gonna sit there like an absolute goober. What do high elves decorate their Christmas tree with? Candy canes. I like that one. How has no one ever said that to me before? I feel like... Ooh, man. I feel like the pun lovers of the Loremaster of Sotek community need to be a little embarrassed. I feel like that one shouldn't have been that hard to come up with. And yet that's the first time I'm pretty sure I've ever heard that. Here they come! Oh, look at the beauty. Look at all the pump wagons and the squigs and the wyverns. It's just a party. Oh, Bretonia's like, how do we defend against this? What can men do against such reckless hate? Love how aggressive he's being. I have to like I gotta haul ass over there. I'm falling behind. Scab's Wrath. Well, that's a fucking massacre. Bro, I love when the AI actually, like, does what you want it to do, and you get to have these, like, cool battles of just curb-stomping people between massive armies. It's a good feeling. It's a good feeling. And the paladins are just getting eaten by wyverns while they're just surrounded by fucking nightmares beyond comprehension. You love it. You love to see it. How many points are on the field right now if this was tabletop? Way too fucking many. Way too fucking many. Tabletop was always much more of like a skirmish size game, you know, as opposed to like gigantic armies. No, this would be like thousands and thousands of points. Maybe like at least 10,000 points. Maybe more. Alright, let's get everybody back to full health. Just keep casting fun little spells. Happy New Year, Sotek. Well, Happy New Year to you as well. We're almost there. All's dust from 1 to 10, with 10 being adding Kislev and 1 being adding Fishman. How likely do you think it is that Games Workshop will add Old World Liches for the Old World, and the same for Death Rattle Kingdoms for Age of Sigmar? So like a skeleton focus. That's hard, dude. Okay, I would say Liches appearing in some fashion in the Old World, I think, is like extremely likely. I would say, so if a 10 is like a guaranteed add, I would say Old World Liches appearing in some form is like a good 6. Oh my god, we caught him again. Bretonia, guys, we can't keep meeting like this. The Death Rattle Kingdoms appearing in Age of Sigmar, that one's tough, because I struggle to imagine how you could make Death Rattle Kingdoms so unique that it would be different enough from regular Soulblight Gravelords and the Ossiarch Bone Reapers. So I would probably put that at like a 2. Like, I'd love to see it, but I really struggle to imagine it working. I love having greenskin servants. This has made me... I have been so pleased with, like, all of the vassal servants we've acquired this campaign. Like, we are, like, rolling in living bodies that function also very well for creating lots of dead bodies. They're feeding me so scrumptiously. Mark says, if you could design a DLC for Warhammer 3 that wasn't based on factions or races. Oh, so like just a DLC if I could do anything? It doesn't have to be like slash blah 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 blah. I would probably do a character pack. I would probably do a character pack that just throws in a shitload of legendary lords and legendary heroes for a bunch of factions that I would love to see get a bunch of characters, but they don't necessarily really... Either they don't... Like, that's what I would do. I would either do that or a monster pack. If you were going to base it around $20. If you had to have it like in a $20 ballpark, it would be like characters, like a big character pack or a big monster pack. That would be my go-to. When I play this, it makes me think of... I've seen so many posts on, like, the subreddit and stuff of people being like, oh, the AI is so boring. It's such a bad ally. It doesn't do anything interesting. But I feel like when I play with the AI is, like, fun. It's interactive. It's not always perfect. Like, it has mistakes and stuff from time to time. But, like, it's doing its job. Like, there's a giant army of greenskins swarming forward to... like obliterate my enemies for me. They're taking hits for me. They're being aggressive. Like, they're being fun. It's great. I may have deployed a little too wide considering I want my Graveguard to go this way. Like, he's slowing down a little bit here, but I assume once he gets all of his troops enough, he'll swarm across. Ow! Yep, see, there he goes.
Mortis engine.
Yeah, he's racing ahead of me. My man won't even let me get in the first wave. Kill them all.
Another wretched foul-lizard thing joins the Red Host. Cursing Sotek spawn.
I've reached the sacred number of Slunching Months sub.
6 months! Cheesy Sword! Thank you so much for the 6 months up. I really appreciate it. I hope you're having a great day. I really appreciate the support. Thank you. I cannot thank you guys enough for the support. Really means the world to me. It's so generous. Like, I can't really put the words in mouth because I'm bad at, like, thanking people. It's hard and I'm stupid. But it really does mean the world to me. Of y'all having enough fun and being entertained enough that you're like, yeah, this is worth spending my hard-earned money on. I assure you I do not take it for granted, and I really deeply appreciate all of the support and kindness and all that other jazz. So thank you, really deeply, thank you. Okay, he already fled, so I don't need to run him down. I just need to heal any units that took a lot of damage. But, like, this is such a fun, like, campaign so far as, like, imagining the lore behind it of, like, Vlad was brought back. Like, some necromancer or vampire or individual managed to successfully resurrect Vlad and Isabella. And because Vlad was back before Azhag's invasion, he was able to sense the crown of Nagash and maneuver so that he was able to, like, get a hold of Azhag and use the power of the crown to manipulate him into being like a faithful servant and an extension of his power, making it where the vampires or the greenskins are now my loyal servants. Nagash may not have been able to wield Azhag, but Vlad, of course, Vlad would succeed where Nagash failed. Is Azhag my vassal? Yes. Yeah, Azhag the Slaughterer is one of my vassals. My current vassals are Azhag, Elspeth, Hawkland, and Talbekland. Those are the vassals I have acquired so far. Which is a lot. And it makes me happy. Not quite to their healing cap.
X100. Nagash was weak.
Nagash was weak! Alright, they're capped. Yeah, hold on. Let me show you how big my empire actually is because of my vassals. Sly, Sly. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. I was just thinking about you this afternoon after I finished Shaman Slayer. Dude, I love Shaman Slayer. I love, dude. Zombie Slayer is, you are in. I mean, you know, because you finished Shaman Slayer. But like, dude, it is so fucking wild. Like, it is such a good fucking story. Sly, thank you. Zombie Slayer is the most insane, over the top story. Like, it is such a good fucking time. I really hope you're looking forward to it. I'm not gonna say any more than that because I don't want to spoil anything for you. But yeah, I hope you're looking forward to it because, like, oh man, oh man. Let's get Flock of Doom, Curse of Undeath, and Children of the Night. Oh, nice. Necromancer's on Corpse Cart now. Hell yeah. Let's get Missile Resistance and Deadly Blade. Alright. If I can pop Lewin here, I think that'll be enough. Oh no, he already wants peace. But I want to kill Lewin. I want to kill Lewin. Okay, I'm gonna pop Lewin real fast, and then we'll sue for peace. Oh, he's got the Green Knight. Oh, this is gonna be sick. All right, let's fucking do this. Let's fucking do this. Well, Sly, I really appreciate the kind words, dude. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Zombie Slayer is it's like in my top 2 for Gotrek and Felix. What's the order to read Gotrek and Felix? So I would recommend getting the Omnibuy, which put it in order for you, but it's Troll Slayer is the first one. So it's Troll Slayer, Skaven Slayer, Demon Slayer. Then it's Dragon Slayer, Beast Slayer, then Vampire Slayer, and then I think it's Giant Slayer, Elf Slayer, Shaman Slayer, and then Zombie Slayer, and then the rest of them don't technically have a part in the order. They just kind of are like side stories. There's a lot of them. Oh, I forgot Orc Slayer. God damn it. Yeah, I forgot Orc Slayer. Yeah, sorry. I think it's Orc Slayer after Elf Slayer, and then it goes Beast Slayer, Zombie Slayer, or Shaman Slayer, Zombie Slayer, and then the End Times books of Kinslayer and then Slayer. Thoughts on Kinslayer? I enjoyed it. It's really sad. It's a very, very sad book, but I thought it was decent. I thought it was perfectly decent, and oh, this son of a bitch deploying on like, oh my god, look how nasty this hill is. How dare Lewin use actual good tactics against me? I don't appreciate it. Well, fine. If he's gonna play dirty, I'm gonna play dirty. You want to come at me from the hill? I'll come at you from the forest. See how you like it. Punk. Actually, let's swap those.
I am busy.
Mortis engine.
What do you want?
Vampire! For Heldenhammer!
Un momento, I'm getting a phone call. Hello? Oh, I would love some dinner. That sounds delicious. Alright, thank you. Bye. Alright. Before we fight this battle... Actually, no. Let's go ahead and fight this battle real quick, and then I'm gonna take a food break. And we can just kind of like hang out or whatever. You got Grail Knights, Knights of the Realm. Oh, the Companions.
Vampire!
How about a big no fucking thank you on those?
We are the new order!
Kill the king!
It is done.
Yes!
I lied. Kill the ranged units. I'll deal with him personally. Okay, cavalry, you're up. I want to wait for those. Boop. Boop. Ladies? Isabella, do the thing. Ooh, I need my vampire ladies, please. I have a job for you. I forgot the Green Knight was here. Vlad's dueling Lewin! Let's go! Honey, can you kill that paladin? Yeah, you call me sir. Kill the king. Ladies, your presence is required. Direwolves, you're up. Okay, you two on the Green Knight.
End them! Die, mortals! Die!
You help there, you help them. You do that. Lewin, you are a slippery bitch. Get back here.
It is done! Vampire! Blood magic!
Mortis engine.
Find me if
Oof.
you dare!
Okay, the Green Knight is dead. He hurt a lot, but he's dead.
Curse of years! All life must end!
Okay, he's back on Lewin. I hope Lewin's unbreakable. I want to kill him. I don't think he is, but I wish he was. Okay, this is all going fine.
Blood magic! We are immortal!
Okay. No, he's gonna get away!
I am
Well, whatever, fine. I'm gonna get peace with him anyway.
die!
No one can stop
Quickly!
Alright, everybody that got fucked up during that fight, which is a lot of us. Gather, my children! Oh, goodness, goodness. Okay.
Mortis engine.
Dude, my vampires... The vampire that fought the Green Knight, she got messed up. Poor girl. If the Jade Vampires got added to Total War, do you know who I would want as Legendary Lord?
I beat it.
Yes, but you're probably not going to like what I have to say. Because a lot of people don't. If the Jade Vampires got added to Total War, I would want them to be a new DLC faction for the Vampire Coast. And Treyas, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you're having a great day.
Before me!
You need to get if you need to take a break or get some food or whatever, or relax or whatever, you know, feel free. Thanks so much for coming by. Thank you for the raid. I would have the Jade Vampires be the new Vampire Coast faction. And they would bring a lot of fun new crazy forms of undead, and I would have the Legendary Lord be based on a very, very I can't remember her name off the top of my head because I'm stupid and white or whatever. So there is a very famous woman from real world history who was like the most badass pirate queen to ever live. And she was so scary that China basically, like the Chinese government had to basically like bribe her into retirement to get her to go away. And like her story started off as her being I want to say she was a concubine or like she was a lover or something to another famous pirate. And then when he died, she took over and she was like insanely awesome. Shen Yi Sao. Yes, I believe that's her. I think. And I probably butchered that. But yeah. So I would make a Jade Vampire pirate queen based off of her. And let her just be a badass. And I would let the Jade Vampires be a huge expansion onto the Vampire Coast. That adds lots of fun, crazy new Chinese-themed undead units.
Agreed!
That is what I would do. You don't have to agree with it. It's just my opinion. Some people get really upset when I say that because they're like, no, there should be vampire counts. But like, I think 5 bloodlines is enough for base vampire counts. I don't think we need 6. I think Vampire Coast would benefit from it much more, and it would work really well. And would also allow her to be like a really fun thematic enemy for Yin Yin. So like Yin Yin's like main antagonist within Cathay itself would be the Vampire Coast, which would be really, really cool. You reckon we'll see Luther Huss? Oh, yeah. Easy. Definite. Like, not even a question. That's like asking if daytime is gonna become nighttime at some point. No! The Devils of Schwarzhofen died. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna be nice, and I'm only gonna sack it. And then I'm gonna, I'm gonna offer peace.
At your presence,
Or-
vampire. Say what you will, but be a wise move.
All right. Good. So we no longer have to deal with Bretonia, at least for a bit.
I am invincible.
Oh, Vlad's almost max level. Sag. I guess I'll get as high on his magic tree as I can. So he's got 2 more after this. So I could get evasion at least, which would be nice. So let's put a point under Raise Dead, and then we can grab evasion. And then I can get, I could get magical reserves as well. Actually, it would probably be better to get Loremaster of Vampires and then Invocation of Nehek, because then he'll be my best Invocation of Nehek caster, because he'll get an additional bonus. I think that's the play. I think I'm gonna put Isabella on her horse. I'm not gonna put her on a full-on Hellsteed, but I think I will put her on a Barded Nightmare just for spice things up a little. That way she's still able to fight side by side with Vlad really easily. But she can be a little unique. What do I want to do for you? Pit of Shades and Mind Razor. It's gonna be so many turns for the Devils of Schwarzhofen in her bag. That makes me sad. Oh, I got the Dire Pack back though, so that's nice. Alright. I am going to run downstairs very briefly and load up my plate with some food. And then I shall return. So I will not be gone. Oh, I can get ogres in my crazy greenskin army. Bro, man-eaters with pistols in a vampire army? Sign me up. I want another Arachnarok. Or do I want double river trolls? Yeah, we can go double river trolls, that's fine. Dude, this army's gonna be wild. Alright. Is there a lore reason Greases starts with a fire belly instead of a butcher? Because the fire mouth is right next to him. That's literally the reason. I'm gonna turn on this, and I will be right back. I'm just gonna let Vlad. I'll just leave the campaign running. I will be right back. My legs. I walked quite a few miles today with the dog. BRB, bitches. Alrighty, I'm back. I am back. Apologies, that took a minute. Okay. So, let me bring that down. Hello, hello, hello. Here's what I think we're gonna do. I think I've got an ad break on Twitch. Let me wait for that to end real fast. We need more necromancers. Like a lot more necromancers, so I can actually get through my tech tree before I die of old age. The more necromancers, the better. Alright,
Expand Sylvania's borders.
oh, you.
Ready.
I forgot you existed.
What do you want?
Alright, so we have peace with Lewin. If we can capture this last mountain, and I think Helmgart, I'll be happy to get peace at that point, I think, with the Wood Elves.
All shall know me and tremble.
So yeah, we can have Werner capture Helmgart. Azhag will capture Karak Asgaraz.
Raise Sigma.
Tremble, mortal. King of the ghouls.
Okay. So I could get level 2 Strigoi. Man, the Strigoi ones fucking suck, dude. Ambush success chance and raise... ambush success chance is good. But like, oh, extra corruption. That's terrible. And then this one is 2 extra crypt horrors and raise dead pools. Those are awful. Like, 10% upkeep for all armies. Amazing. 100 unit experience per turn. Decent. Yeah, character experience plus 20. Like, some of these buffs are not.
Will be placed.
They are not on the same level.
Yes, plunder the grimoires.
Oh, we're just moving people around. Okay. I'm going to save up, though, for the max tier Necrarch one so I can get the upkeep reduction, because that's really sexy. Do I have enough to get... Oh, I can start getting, like, actual Empire units. Yeah, boy. Good. We'll focus on doing that with our... I think we'll have both Vlad and Werner have, like, just... with Vlad, I don't want to have too many human units. I think I might trade out, like... I might end up trading out, like, a crossbowman for something a little better, but... Alright, so... With that... I think we're actually going to go ahead and call the Total War stream right now. I think I'm going to turn the stream off so I can eat my food in peace and y'all don't have to watch me eat like a gross ogre. And then probably in about 30-ish minutes, maybe a little longer, I am going to come back and, well... A part of me thinks I should work on a video. Stay tuned. Stay tuned. I'm either going to come work on a video, or I might come back and play some Final Fantasy. So, but I'm done with Total War for the evening. So because I'm just gonna focus on eating my dinner. So I do want to thank everyone so much for taking the time to come hang out. I hope you all had a lovely time, a good time. Enjoyed yourselves, learned some lore, yada 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 yada. But I think this is a perfect time to call it. And I really, really appreciate all of the like support. Y'all have been super generous tonight. You're always generous with your time, but you've also been very generous in helping support everything I do and everything. And I really appreciate it. So I'm going to find some places for us to raid. And this falls into the typical situation where I need to warn you all that I'm gonna send y'all somewhere weird. Because I don't send y'all to normal places. I like to send y'all to streams where you go, what the fuck am I watching? Because that's just where I end up going. So I'm gonna send y'all on some fun adventures. You know, you don't have to go, but if you end up going, great. God, so many people are doing like New Year streams, but they're doing them like way too fucking late. In the day. Wait, hold on. Why is? Okay, I have to like copy the title.
Let's manifest the GF for her. Okay, good.
I have to like copy titles because people's shit is crazy. Oh, nope. They don't have redirect. God, I fucking YouTube system is so stupid. YouTube chat, you're off the hook. Twitch chat, you're going to some terrifying new realm. But YouTube chat, I'll see you guys later. Anyway, I'm gonna take care of this in the outro screen. Like I said, I might be back later, but if not, I'll see you guys tomorrow. And tomorrow is New Year's Eve, so maybe we'll do something fun for that. I don't know. Anyway, y'all take care. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Yeah, I guess we'll raid Aqua. That's fine. Bye-bye. Happy New Year. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a Happy New Year. Love your faces. You're all so cute. You're all so handsome. I love you. Bye-bye. Mwah. Bye-bye.